Yeah. Quote, welcome to the Black Cleaner Presents, Real Talk with Nate. And today on Money Mindset Monday, we're asking a question we've asked before. Do you really want to win, or do you just want to look good losing? Because today we're talking about two completely different mindsets. The loss leader versus the lifestyle leader. Now, loss leader is actually a business term. A company may deliberately sacrifice profit on a particular product or service because that sacrifice can attract customers, generate additional sales, or create a long-term customer relationship. They're willing to lose something in the beginning because they're playing for the bigger gain in the end. And I started thinking, don't some people live their lives the exact same way? Some people will sacrifice comfort today for freedom tomorrow. They'll buy the little house instead of the dream house. They'll drive the $1,500 paid-off truck instead of financing the $70,000 status symbol. They'll start the business out of the garage instead of waiting until they can afford the fancy storefront. They'll start small, learn, build, reinvest, and scale up. Other people have a different philosophy. Go hard or go home. They're willing to risk everything for the possibility of getting everything right now. Sometimes that gamble works. Sometimes you go hard, and home is exactly where they send your ass. Then there's another group. Fake it till you make it. They want the appearance of the victory before they've actually built the foundation underneath it. So they'll finance the car, finance the clothes, finance the house, finance the vacation, finance the image, and essentially pay for the illusion of success 1 month at a time. That's what we're calling tonight's lifestyle leader. Because they're no longer leading their lifestyle. Their lifestyle is leading them. It tells them what kind of car they need, what neighborhood they need, what clothes they need, how much money they need to make, and eventually even what job they can't afford to quit. That's when we get to tonight's real question. Are you building a lifestyle or financing one with your labor? Because if everything that makes you look successful requires you to wake up tomorrow morning and sell another piece of your time just to keep it, how much of that lifestyle do you really own? Tonight, we're going from the peon and the paymaster to the golden child, college and the workforce, to home ownership, entrepreneurship, relationships, cars, mortgages, and investing. And we're going to talk about some of my own wins and my own mistakes. Because this isn't simply about being cheap. It's about strategy. Sometimes you accept the loss. Sometimes you accept the ugly house. Sometimes you accept the old car. Sometimes you accept being the person who doesn't look successful in the room. Because you're trying to own something that the people laughing at you are still making payments on. The loss leader is willing to look like he's losing while he's building. The lifestyle leader can look like he's winning while he's paying. So Money Mindset Monday, I'm going to leave you with the question that starts tonight's conversation. Do you really want to win? Or do you just want to look good losing? Welcome to Loss Leader versus Lifestyle Leader.
Happy Monday, everybody. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? It is I. Welcome to another episode of Real Talk with Nate. I am your host, the Black Cleaner.
And I am your co-host, Cool King. What's up, people?
Yo, question of the day. I heard it. Put one in the chat if you really want to win. Put 2 in the chat as you just want to look good losing. Put 1 in the chat if you want to live free. Put 2 in the chat if you want to look rich. That's what this topic is about today. I'm gonna be honest with you all today, man. I am not feeling my best. I am under the weather. I got a little bit of fever and congestion, and I was talking to myself out of it. I was like, yo, what the hell am I getting on for? Ain't nobody paying you for this. Nobody like you. They saying your podcast is trash. So what the heck are you gonna go on there anyway?
Oh, word, we trash to the people, bro?
Yeah, they say, they think we trying to kick knowledge.
We are trying to take knowledge. Not we ain't trying if that's what we doing. Ain't no trying if you're doing it.
Exactly. Exactly. So, and that was another
So
reason why I decided to get on. I was like, you know something?
middle finger to the haters.
Thank you. We here.
Another week down, another Monday up. So what's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up? So, but yeah, man. I had as I said, I don't know what it is that I ate, but whatever I ate, I know not to eat it no more. Being in pest control, one of the things that you do learn about pests, rats. Rats are smart animals. They associate illness with what they ate. So if you put down a whole bunch of poison and the rats get to it and they eat it, and a whole bunch of them get sick and die, the other rats know not to eat that again. So
Facts.
I'm gonna give y'all some knowledge. Junk food is junk food no matter where you go in the world, okay?
I'm thinking like, damn, how is Cuzzo feeling under the weather? Because it can't be the weather.
It is me over here snacking, eating Pepperidge Farms in the middle of the night and freaking Oreo cookie ice cream sandwiches.
Oh yeah.
That's what you do in the middle of the night. When you do these podcasts and you be staying on these podcasts till like 3, 4 in the morning, and then you can't go to sleep just yet. So all of a sudden you be like, yo, I'm hungry. What's there to eat? And you go in the kitchen, got all the little snacks, the snacky cakes.
Yeah, but it can't be the snacks that we go reach for, bro.
Exactly.
You can eat any time of the day you want, but it's just what we're putting in our body because you are what you eat.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as I stopped, I didn't have a craving for those snacky cakes anymore. I started, since I do have like a little, what's it called? A little fruit stand, in front of my house and around the corner from the house. I went over there and got me some fruit. Some bananas and some papayas and some grapes and stuff, and that's what I started reaching for, and that's why I feel a little bit better. But other than that, man, I was like, yo, shout out to Old School Brunch, because that's the party that I usually go to in Panama, and it's like First Friday. They usually have it only once a month or once every other month, and I bought the tickets in advance to go to the party. And the reason I like it is because they play old school hip hop and they play old school R&B, but it's not in the expat bubble. These are actually local Panamanians that actually promote and host the party.
Right.
And they promote it at different clubs all over the city. Man, I bought them tickets. Couldn't even go. I was too sick to go to the party, man.
Damn,
I was sick. I was sick about that because I really wanted to go. I'm like, man, I only have this party once a month or every other month, and I can't even go. I was in bed, sick, man. Just like sick of the lies. I'm sick, man.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why you wasn't like really interacting with me this week like that.
Yeah. And then.
Now I know.
Exactly. But yeah, we just gonna get into the proceedings. Talking about loss leader versus lifestyle leader. And y'all heard the description of what a loss leader is. In sales, the loss leader is pretty much the product or service that you sell in order to generate the foot traffic to your business. And we do that in life. But the key thing is, what are you sacrificing and what are you sacrificing it for? What is your loss leader? Is your loss, are you sacrificing your time, your effort in order to look good, or are you, or what they call comfort? Because we definitely already had, a show about this, but we called it something different. It was comfort or freedom. And pretty much this is the same scenario. Okay. Are you sacrificing your comfort for your freedom? Or are you sacrificing your freedom for your comfort? That's really what it is. Because you got people out here who they value comfort so much. They value their image. They want to be able to look good. They want to be able to be in the newest, have the nicest lifestyle, to be able to be fresh and flossing. So they'll sacrifice their freedom for everything in order to have that life. And then you've got some people who don't care about none of that. They don't care about their image. They don't care about having a villa or, a high rise or something like that. Like what 50 Cent said, when he first got rich or got, all that money from his deal with the Glaso? How you say it? Glacier water? Vitamin
Glacier.
water? Yeah, Glacier.
Yeah, vitamin water. We just call it that, yeah.
And then he went and bought the Mike Tyson estate in Connecticut. And then, he was saying, the Mike Tyson estate in Connecticut, it had over like 10 rooms. But then he realized he's only one person. He can only sleep in one room at a time.
Right.
And he's over here and it costs $74,000 in order to maintain it. And he started realizing,
a month,
damn.
That is.
Yeah, $74,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And the only people that's coming over there to do stuff is his boys and all of his friends. And ain't nobody pitching into on that $74,000. So it looked good.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't make him free. It was comfortable.
But yeah, he could have utilized that in so many different ways though, because that shit had a club in it and all that.
Yeah, I'm sure he tried, and like many other people. Because you got to think about it too. Yeah, it got a club and all of this up in there, right? So yeah, of course the first thing you're gonna think about is bringing all your friends and probably opening it up to the public so that the public can come over there and enjoy it. But then you got to realize you're in a residential neighborhood. But not only is you in a residential neighborhood, you in a residential neighborhood around other rich white folks. You think they want that?
Nah, because they're going to be caring.
Exactly. They're going to shut that down real quick. They're going to have the neighborhood watch on your ass. The historic society or whatever come over there and start fining you. Like, you having too many parties over here, sir. So yeah, it was better for him to just do what he did, sell it.
But I don't even think it's selling. So I think he's thinking about donating it.
Now he said he sold it at a loss. I do remember I was watching something. He said he had to sell it at a loss, but it was good because he couldn't. There was nothing that he could do with it anyway. So, and it was hemorrhaging his pockets. But once he sold it, he was back up again because now he didn't have that that liability hurting his pockets anymore. So, but yeah, these are the things that we're going to be talking about today when we're talking about lost leaders. As I said, and that was another reason why I decided to come on, because how am I going to be talking about sacrifice? And I'm thinking about not doing the show about sacrifice today.
Right. You have to find it in yourself today. Sometimes we gotta find that mental motivation, bro. To just keep going every day, man.
For real.
That's just not
Even if,
easy,
nope,
but we
definitely
gotta
ain't
do it
easy.
though.
Yep, exactly. So let me get on here. Let me take my cam down real quick because I don't need people to see me staring at the screen.
You know you legally blind, bro.
hmm But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be hurting right now. Shoot. But yeah, I mean, other than that, anybody on in the chat? I saw Mr. Chalupe. Thanks for the shout outs. Appreciate you
Shout to the
watching, Mr.
chat,
Chalupe.
the people pulling up on time and tuning in on time. Shout to y'all.
For real. That was a
Motherfucker.
motivating factor as well. I was like, oh, okay, people actually waiting. Even if it's only one or two people, somebody watching.
Somebody watching out this mug.
So somebody said to me, which I thought was very profound. They said
What
that
was that?
they only had 62 followers, and people get mad about only having 62 followers or whatever. And he was like, man, that's 62 people. If you had an auditorium, that could actually fill it. 62 people could actually fill an auditorium. And you over here complaining that you got 62 people watching, you better be grateful.
Right. Nobody could be watching. The fuck?
But let's start.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, a lot of people jump on here and they start doing this thing and they just think it's gonna take off. Nah, man, this is a process. If you ain't known and you start from the bottom, it's a building process, yo. So
Yep.
if you ain't here for the process, don't bring your ass on here trying to do this. Keep it a moving.
Yep. Especially if, remember, you 1 in 250 million trying to do it. So your
Yeah, that
chances
part.
of being successful with it is 1 in 250 million.
Shit, you might have a better chance hit the lotto.
Yep, for real. But the key thing is, learning how to monetize this on your own. As we said, I mean, right now we just digital sharecroppers, but we are creating some content, and because we're creating this content, we can actually use this content to do other things with. We have over over what? Well over about 1,000 hours now, I would believe. So we should be able to do something. Well, it might not be 1,000 hours. I mean, we got over 1,000 hours, watch hours. I know that for sure. But 1,000 hours of content, nah. But it probably might be about I would say it's probably in the hundreds, over 100 hours of content. But shoot. What's it called? How many sitcoms is over 150 hours? Because a sitcom minus the commercials is only 15 minutes.
True. I was just about to say that.
You would think it's 30 minutes, but you got the commercials that fill it up to get to 30. The sitcom itself is only 15. But let's get into the topic. Let me get these videos.
Chips.
We're gonna drop the
So he's
stream in
doing
the
what he
chat
always
shortly.
does. SpaceX needed cheaper rockets. He built rockets. Tesla needed batteries, he built battery factories. His empire needs unprecedented compute. He's building Terafab. But here's the bigger story. Musk isn't building separate companies anymore. He's building an industrial ecosystem where every company feeds the others. Energy, chips, AI, robots, autonomous vehicles, rockets, satellites, space, compute. Terafab sits at the center of all of it. Right now, Samsung and TSMC manufacture chips that power most of his businesses. Terafab is Musk saying that dependency ends here. And here's what makes this genuinely unprecedented. No technology company has ever tried to own the entire stack from energy to chips to intelligence to robotics to rockets to orbital compute. Not Apple, not Google, not Amazon. Elon Musk is attempting something that has never been attempted. Whether it works is a different question, but the ambition alone changes the competitive landscape for every company building an AI right now. Every industry, every business model, there's a larger opportunity hiding inside of it. I'm here to help you find them. Follow me for more tech and AI news.
They didn't copy Toyota, but they photocopied it. In the 1980s, General Motors partnered with Toyota and built a factory called NUMMI. Same walls, machines, and workers. Before Toyota, that factory was chaos. Fights, absenteeism, and bad quality. Toyota walked in and didn't change the people. They changed how people were treated. Suddenly, those bad workers became world-class. Same humans but different respect. GM watched this and said, "Now we know the formula." So they went back and copied. Same boards, same charts, and same Japanese words. Even the meetings. But their factories stayed broken. Because Toyota never gave them a formula. They showed them a philosophy. GM only copied structure. But Toyota lived values. GM installed tools. But Toyota built trust. GM asked, "Who made the mistake?" Toyota asked, "What allowed the mistake?" Because of this, Toyota didn't build better factories. They built better thinking. And thinking can't be copied. It has to be grown. So when companies say, "We tried Toyota's system and it failed," what they really mean is, we borrow the skin, but we never learn the heart.
Back in those days, if you were black and you had to hit.
All right. Well,
They didn't copy Toyota.
hold on, I'm sorry.
Chips. So he's doing what he always does. SpaceX needed cheaper rockets.
Let me remove this. Are we on the screen?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. So, first one, we talking about Elon Musk and him owning his own ecosystem instead of working for other people. He's building everything that he needs in order to do his own thing. Between Tesla, SpaceX. And the reason I wanted to touch on that is because the thing that is profound about that is because a lot of us, we just said it, a lot of us really, we own the house, but we don't own the dirt that the house is on. So, or we're thinking we're doing something special, but the reality is we actually financing our lifestyle. But the key thing is to be able to own your everything. Own the land, own the house, own the food. And because as you can see, that's what they're doing. And when I say they, I mean white people, yes, of course, but also Indian people, Asian people, Latin people. Everybody's owning their own except us. We're the only ones who we see what looks nice and we say we want that. And then we go out there and we say, all right, well, we're just gonna, we go get the credit or we go finance it just to say that we got it. And then we just become one paycheck away or one mishap away from losing it. And that keeps us on this never-ending treadmill. Because we don't know the first thing about, what real estate is. Because your estate is real. Uh-oh. I'm getting a little bit preachy over here. Let me stop. Sound like a what's it called? One of them ministers in the at the mosque. Let's break it down for you. Talk to me. Talk back to me. But yeah, the key thing really is we need to stop having a nice shell and really get into the nuts and the bolts and understanding what it is that you really have. Like, the reason I don't really got nothing in this world. Okay, when people look at what I have, I got a $1,500 car that I bought and a $30,000 house that I bought. That's it.
What you mean that's it?
That's it. That's all I got. So when people look at it, they like, yo, he losing. This one dude called me the poor righteous teacher. That he ain't got no money. He broke. He over here broke and he trying to kick knowledge to people. And that's why I get on here, because I'm broke and I ain't got no money. Because the thing that makes me free is my $1,500 car and my $30,000 house.
That part.
Why is that? Because my $1,500 car lets me get from point A to point B, and I don't got to pay a car note. My $30,000 house keeps a roof over my head, and I don't got to pay a house note.
Mm-hmm.
But see, somebody will look at the $30,000 house and be like, "Yo, that ain't nothing. It's small. It's it's a piece of it's a POS, as they say." But it's the entry. It's the start. And that's all I'm trying to show people is, because you have these people out here, and I don't mean to, shoot at anybody or but it is what it is. There are people out here that are on these higher echelons and on levels, and they out here and they making good money, and they got these high paying jobs there, and the level of being affluent. And we know these people because we have them in our family. The ones who was able to do it the right way. We call them the golden children. And what happens, we already told the story about the golden children. What happens with the golden children is, once they are able to accomplish what they accomplish, unlike the other nationalities or the other races, like the Indians, the Asians, the Spanish, the whites, when they leave and go to school and get the knowledge, like most of the Indians, when they go to school and they get the knowledge, they come back home and they share the knowledge with the other Indians. Same thing with the Asians. They go to school, they get the knowledge, and then they come back home and then they help build, their country or their neighborhood. With us, we go to school, get the knowledge, and go get a job, and we say later for them people.
I'm living my best life. I ain't coming back to fuck with you, nigga. Living my best life. Well, why is that though, man?
Because the job is too brutal. They don't want to be there. You know, they've tasted a level of comfort. And they're like, I don't want to be uncomfortable anymore. This place down here is uncomfortable. So rather than, you know, so what they say is, I'd rather try to bring you all up to the comfort where I'm at, rather than me go down into the uncomfortability with you guys. But what I see is this. It's uncomfortable because the knowledge isn't down there. The tools isn't down there. And that's what I'm saying. When the Asians, they get the knowledge, they come back home and then they show the people how to make their spot more comfortable. And I guess hanging around with my brother, shout out to Nick, showed me some of that, because, you know, he's into construction. So, you know, when we would be on these pest control jobs, and there would be situations where you could tell that the place is in squalor. And that's another thing too. Let me back up a little bit. When we would do sales and marketing for our pest control company, all right? In order to get the sale, our loss leader was this: show us your worst unit, or show us the worst area in your home that you're seeing a lot of your problems.
Right.
And then when we would go into the worst unit, naturally it would be a slum. It would be, you know, in disrepair. It would be, you know, either repair problems, or it would be sanitation problems, or it would be whatever's going on. And instead of, you know, just there ain't nothing we could do about this, we would proceed to go into that area and start making things right in that area. Whether it be, you know, hire some cleaners, or us going up in there and cleaning it up on our own, you know, decluttering it, doing the, you know, changing the environment or improving the environment. So now the environment itself would be unfit for the pests to be able to habit there. But what you see is that there's a lot of people who, the only thing that they did was go to school, learn a craft, or they learned or got a degree, and then went to corporate America where that degree will allow them to get a high-paying job. But really, they really don't know anything. As they say, you know, common sense isn't that common. You got a lot of book knowledge, but do you have real common sense? And I guess a lot of times, you know, being the black sheep, and as I said, dealing with people who, they got both. They got book knowledge, but they also got practical knowledge. They can, you know, use it to be able to change or improve their environment. So that's why I don't mind going into the worst of the worst. That's why, you know, when my brother told me about environmental technology, or environmental control, or environmental restoration, he said, you need to get into the environmental, because that's where the money's at. And I was like, what do you mean? And then he started, you know, showing me on a smaller scale. So I started seeking those things out, and that's when I got into the whole restoration part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the mindset, and that leads into the second into the second slide or video that they was talking about, how the difference between Toyota and GM. And I'm going to show a couple of other different videos on Toyota and GM. But one of the things that differed was the way that they treated their people. They didn't, when you go to Japan, and I wish I had this video because it talks about how their first 4 years of school, when they're in grade school and elementary school, they teach about respect and sharing and how to treat people. From the 1st grade all the way to the 4th grade. They don't even get into, math, the sciences, the maths. They get into psychology and sociology and how to, treat people with respect.
Right.
So that's another thing too, is we don't know and don't care on how we treat people. And my own personal story, living in Japan for 4 years. Okay, I was in the military, and I used to hate being on the ship. My whole military career was a blur. Reason being was because how I was treated on the ship. Of course, I'm the E1, E2, so that's the lowest ranking on the ship. And then, of course, they're treating me like a peon. I'm just cannon fodder. I'm just, a strong back. That's pretty much what, especially in the career that I was in. I was a storekeeper, logistics specialist. That's what they call them now, LS. So me being in logistics, my job is to, my job, of course, I already told y'all, was to clean the P-way. They gave me the goddamn mop and the simple green and some rags, and said, yeah, shine this brass over here and clean these stairwells and all of that. But in addition, when I was finished, because you can only do that for half the day, even though we would try to, milk it and make it longer. But I mean, the executive officer would come and do the inspection before lunchtime. He would go around the ship and do an inspection. Once he finishes an inspection, cleaning is done. So the other job was taking on stores, because I was the Amazon of the ship. So the packages would come through us. So I would have to go and, we would have, all types of parts, because it's like AutoZone or O'Reilly's, because remember, we got a ship to maintain. So all of the supplies and equipment came through us. So it was me they would use as their pack mule to go down to when the warehouses would deliver the parts. We had to get it inside the ship into the storerooms. So I was the pack mule that would have to go off the ship onto the pier, put all of the packages in a sack, and then carry it on my back onto the ship into the storeroom. That's what I had to do. That was my job. In addition,
thank you for your services. There was other jobs, but yeah, that was the 2 main jobs that my specialty had me doing. Meanwhile, all of the Filipinos, because we was living in Japan, so since Japan is so close to the Philippines, all of the Filipinos that was in the military, they all wanted to get stationed in Japan. And the Filipinos, they ran the yard over in Japan, especially in supply, because they couldn't be in combat. So you'll see all of your Filipinos, they would be in my field, they would be in the kitchen, and they would be in the laundry room, and also in the office. They would do payroll and admin, but they couldn't do combat or any operations, or you had some in engineering. Some of them would do engineering, but most of them was supply, admin, and
food service. So my point is, because they ran the yard, they would give all of their Filipino comrades the easy work, and anybody who wasn't Filipino, yeah, you the pack mule, or you the you getting all of the shit jobs. So since I wasn't Filipino, I wasn't in the Tagalog gang or the blockers. That's what I used to call them, the blockers, because when they speak, all you hear is blocka 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 poko 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 poko.
Oh, you stupid.
Hey, Penel. They couldn't even say F. They said F like a P. Hey, what's going on, Penel? How you doing, Penel? Goddamn, Penel. That was their favorite line for me. Goddamn, Penel. So, but my point being is, yeah, they treated me like trash on the ship. So when I would go into Japan on Liberty, that's when I would get treated very well, by the Japanese nationalists, the JNs, the ones that like the black guys. And it made me want to be in Japan a lot longer than be on the ship. Because on the ship, it was like slavery. As I said, it was like I'm a pack mule. But in Japan, it was like I was very comfortable out there. But it was because of how they was treating me. And then, going around showing me the history. And then I ended up getting into the club promotion, working with Odoria. Shout out to Odoria, Mobile Club Odoria. For those who know about Mobile Club Odoria, that was the promotion company that would promote all of the parties, the hip hop parties for the military and the Japanese who loved hip hop and R&B. So that's where we would all come together. Odoria was responsible for Naomi Osaka, or the girls who are like Naomi Osaka. I'm joking, but as you know, Naomi Osaka is half black and half Japanese, or half Haitian and half Japanese. But I guarantee you, her father probably met her mother at some hip hop club. He wasn't up in no geisha bar. So, but yeah, that's what we was doing. We was, the ones that was promoting those parties, and we had a good time doing it. So it's the treatment. So it's really about the mindset. You want to be able to, as what's his name said, there's in Ving Rhames and Baby Boy, there's the guns and the butter. Everybody knows that one, that part. I wish there was O2O on here. He'd be able to say it line for line. I can't do it all I can do is paraphrase, but you got your guns.
First you get the guns, then you get the butter.
Exactly.
Guns and butter.
And that's really what I'm talking about here. It's not that I'm dissing a luxurious lifestyle. I'm just saying you need to scale. That's it. And me being where I'm at allows me to be able to scale. You got to start from somewhere. So you start with, number one, getting a skill that pays the bills. Okay. And then you buy an asset that appreciates in value and that you are able to make money with. And then you leverage your skills and your assets to be able to scale up. Because that's all that I did, And one of the things that taught me that was playing cash flow. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, cash flow, because it puts you in that mindset. And I really need to talk about that game, but that's going to be on a different day. I did drop the link. I dropped the link way before I even did the live. So anybody who wants to get on, y'all are free to get on. But I'm gonna start playing some more videos. But yeah, it's really about mindset and treating people good, and stop shitting on people and talking about you trying to bring people up to your level. Well, if you're trying to bring people up to your level, well, how about stop shitting on them? Because reality is this: a lot of people don't follow advice, they follow action. So if they see your actions and your actions is negative, then they're definitely not going to take your advice. But if they see that your actions is positive, then now they're going to start to listen more to want to take your advice.
True.
And that's all that I'm saying. Because a lot of times, there's a lot of people here in the space, and they replace their arrogance for advice, and it turns people off. Hold on. Tear 'em down, cuz.
"1984 was pure MTV magic, but not every artist got a second act. These 10 artists had one massive moment, and then the charts moved on without them. How many?"
That you, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince, and Suge, y'all was working on a company, and they say that Jay, he's the one that, messed everything up for y'all. Is that true, or is that just a rumor?
Now, we was always trying to do that.
What happened was this. Suge Knight was trying to meet up with Dame Dash, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince. They was trying to get a distribution company, distribute, publish their own music. They was trying to bring their money together and do that.
Really? Well, I feel like that when they was talking about flipping the script and taking the power away. I think if you putting out your own, if you're 100% independent and you putting out triple platinum albums independently, then, and you taking everybody out, nobody eat off of it but y'all.
Right.
Hell, somebody's gonna start paying attention.
What I know of is that Jay-Z was a part of this, because I heard Suge probably spoke on this too, that Jay-Z and Puff had somebody write something up to say that they was trying to get a monopoly on the industry and start their own distribution company. And they told the higher ups, and that's when all those companies start going down.
That's true. Now, again, if you would have told me, 20 years ago that Jay could possibly be doing some slick, sneaky shit, I would have never believed it.
Start coming up with federal charges and all kinds of, things that's happened to him. You've seen it with Irv Gotti now. You've seen it with Rockefeller breaking up and all that shit like that.
So if this would have actually merged, this would have been the biggest black conglomerate we have ever saw. You think there was somebody deliberately out to shut y'all down?
And what was it y'all were doing? Trying to set up distribution?
Yeah, we had a meeting. Yeah, we wanted to create our own black-owned distribution company.
Wow.
So we had a meeting of the minds, met in L.A., and it wasn't long after. I feel like the feds attacked each of us.
After that summit, he went to New York. Come to find out, Jay-Z was supposed to be the one blew the whistle.
We all saw what happened to Death Row. We saw how they attacked Murder Inc. Mm-hmm. And, they tried to kill me, so.
He was a guest in your house. People should never yell at children.
Don't be afraid to be.
What's going on?
Good show. I said, yeah, I just want to go home. And then they said, no, Gary, you should probably do this show. So I went and did it, changed the plane ticket, moaning all the time. The week after it aired on a Tuesday and on Friday. When I walked.
Gary Anthony Williams. Where's he at? Ain't showing
Viewers
it.
were outraged for entirely different reasons. Uneasy with a show willing to weaponize race this directly at all. And caught in the middle of all of it was Gary Anthony Williams, the actual human being who had to explain over and over in interview after interview that Uncle Ruckus wasn't an endorsement of anything. He was a mirror.
A calculated, deliberately grotesque piece of satire, built to expose how deep internalized racism can actually run. Dressed up as a joke so audiences would sit with it long enough to feel uncomfortable. That explanation didn't land with everyone. Some critics never accepted the satire defense at all, insisting the character did more harm than good, regardless of intent. Williams had to hold that line publicly, show after show, season after season, defending a character built entirely to make people angry, while somehow still keeping the performance funny enough that audiences kept watching. Here's the part almost nobody knows though. For an episode built around a fictional, deliberately racist music album, creator Aaron Magruder reportedly found the material too offensive to write himself. So he handed the pen to Williams, and Williams improvised the songs live in front of stunned network executives, including a track titled "Don't Trust Them New Words Over There." Magruder trusted Williams to go somewhere even he couldn't go. That's not a small thing in this industry, and it's not something every actor would sign up for twice.
Don't trust them new over there. And I said, oh, where's the song? We were reading it. We had a reading at Fox. And he said, it hadn't been written yet. He's like, you can just skip that part if you just want to make something up in the room. So I made up this song called in the room, improvise it. Don't Trust Them over there. I made up the lyrics to it. And then when it came time to record the episode, I was like, where are the lyrics? They said, oh, we just took your old lyric that you made up in the room and we're just gonna sing that. And that's what they did. Then they had a musician come in and orchestrate behind the lyrics I had created.
And that's just one layer of the controversy, because there's another story that circulated in industry circles for years, one involving one of the most powerful men in Black Hollywood. In the Boondocks, Uncle Ruckus once launched into a legendary scorched earth rant against a fictional filmmaker named Winston Jerome, a thinly veiled parody of Tyler Perry's movies and religious messaging, mocking everything from Perry's directing style to the faith-based themes running through his films. The parody was specific enough and cutting enough that a rumor took root. Perry had supposedly blacklisted Williams over it, quietly freezing him out of future work. But here's the twist.
Has that blacklisted you from being on any kind of Tyler Perry project, hence moving forward?
First of all, I ain't light-skinned enough to be on.
You could be a villain if you're dark-skinned.
I could be a villain, I could be. Then the light-skinned guy comes in and saves the day.
Williams and Perry actually worked together closely on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Out of the Shadows.
My name is Bebop. This is Rocksteady. I know it's a crazy name, right? But his ancestors are from Finland.
And according to Williams, Perry never once connected him to the voice behind Uncle Ruckus. No freeze out, no blacklist. Just two men working a set together. One of them completely unaware he'd been savaged, hilariously, on network television. But the controversy didn't stop with animation, and it didn't stop with Ruckus either. In 2004, Williams starred as Flame.
Alrighty. So
I want to ask you something. If we can go back in time, whatever happened with that situation with Jay Prince and Suge?
We'll talk about that first. What you think about that, King? The whole them trying to get together and instead of be the sharecroppers, they was trying to have their own distribution.
I mean, it's kind of smart.
Of course.
But in the end, if it's not being done for the team and, you moving with ulterior motives to more line your pockets, I feel like that'd be the scenario where shit go wrong. Everybody's not on the same page. But then at the same time, a lot of motherfuckers be pocket watching and hating. Like, if you ain't in my position, then your pay is your pay, and my pay is my pay. And sometimes dudes can't accept that.
I agree.
But what you gotta understand is, whatever level you're at, if you're around your people, there should always be room for you to level up. But you got to put the work in to want that higher position and that better job within the company. Ain't nobody supposed to just hand it to you because who you are in our relationship. No, put the work in, go earn it.
Yeah, but at the same time too, okay, what they was trying to do, because they noticed, okay, as they say, there's the show and then there's the business. So of course, the talent is the show, which is normally the black folks and the people in the back rooms, which is normally the lawyers, the distribution, the record, what's it called? The studios, not only the studios, but also the radio shows, you know, people's radio stations, excuse me, that's what I was looking for, radio stations. They're the ones that control the business. So they're over here, they're like, and they're getting a lion's share of the funds. There's really no money in the content in the show. I mean, there is money in the show, but you're not receiving any of that.
Right.
The only time that you're able to receive any of that is when you start to own your own radio station or own your own distribution company, because now you can distribute your own show or your own work.
Message. Ownership, again, people.
Ownership. They're creating, once again, what we was talking about in the beginning with Elon Musk creating his own ecosystem. But see, they're not going to stop Elon Musk from creating his own ecosystem to be able to run his own show. But anytime that we as black folks try to, you know, create our own ecosystem, that's when we're met with opposition. But when I point that out, oh, you're bringing up the victim card. There's nothing stopping you.
What? Like, y'all can't be serious.
But see, what they fail to understand is this, okay? Money is like energy. It's not created nor destroyed. It's simply what's it say? It transforms from one place to another.
One hand to another.
That's what energy does. So if I create this thing over here, prime example, we'll just, you know, use, we got 100 people in the neighborhood. I got a restaurant over here. You got a restaurant over there. We both serving food. Yeah, we could all eat. But guess what? The 100 people are only gonna go to, you know, one of the other restaurants. As we was talking about earlier with 50 Cent, he got 10 bedrooms, but he's only one person. He can only sleep in one bed. So, okay, if you got 2 restaurants and y'all both serving food, and I'm relying on you to come to my restaurant every day, I can't have you miss a day. And then you show up and you're serving. I mean, and you're my competition. I gotta, you know, because I don't need them people going to your restaurant. Those are my people. You messing with my people. So therefore, I'm gonna have to do something in order to shut you down. I might come over there and smile in your face and be kind to you, and, you know, just to be able to see what's going on, you know, stake your joint out. But once I go back over to my spot, I'm going to be plotting. Okay, what do I need to do to get the people to come over to me? Why is his spot so popular? You see what I'm saying?
That's how it be when you on the same block and got to be competitive.
Exactly. And that's what it is. And let me see if I can find this video, because I think this video will get people to understand what I'm talking about. Because it was an older video, but it's today. Oh, and shout out to Chalupe, yes, and he too is a peon. And yeah, learn from from me. You choose your rate, you choose your fate. Yeah, you choose your career. But I mean, all the careers in the military, okay, if you are smart, you can turn it into a six-figure company. As I said, okay, them giving me the mop and, you know, making me clean P-ways, I was able to transfer that into a hazardous waste cleaning, environmental restoration, water damage company. You know, people who clean carpets and, you know, do floor care, you know, run that buffer, they make $1,000 a day if they got the customer base, because an average carpet cleaning, I worked with Stanley Steamers before I started working for myself, and Stanley Steamers had 35 vans in Atlanta, and each of those vans was averaging about $1,000 a day. We would do about 8 to 9 jobs, and we had a $99 special where we would do 2 rooms in a hallway for $99. And then of course some people would want more than that. So of course that's when the price would start to go up. So if you're doing 8 to 9 rooms a day at $99, that's $1,000 a day. And if 35 vans is going out doing that, that's $35,000 in a day. All cleaning, just cleaning. You ain't doing nothing else. Just putting soap and water to dirt in a vacuum and sucking everything up. That's it. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. There's money out here, okay? Because this is Money Mindset Monday. So that's what we're talking about, how to get to the bag. And I'm just showing you me, you know, I'm not going to be over here, you know, trying to beat my chest and say, yeah, I'm this fancy, you know, IT or fancy real estate or, you know, all of this stuff. No, because those people already got money. I'm trying to show the people who ain't got no money how to get in the door to get the money. And how to get in the door to get the money is you start with the basics. Start with what you know. And then use what you know in order to get into the other doors and scale up. So yeah, me getting into me not minding being the grunt, the peon, the pack mule, to be able to go into these spaces and deal with the things that nobody else wants to deal with. Nobody wants to deal with dirt. You know, especially the dirt that I'm dealing with. And I know I'm not even on the screen, I'm just talking, but I did want to, you know, say that. Let me get to the videos.
You got me on the main stage right now. Take me off the main stage, bro. I mean, I don't mind being in, but you know.
You ain't even on the main stage.
Yeah, I was, but I am right now.
History. Watch later.
What's up, people? StreamYard is in the chat. Pull up. Come talk to us. What's up? It's open panel. You are invited.
This how blind I am. Did that, been there, done that. There we go. Is this it? What? That sucks. It's not being here. That's deep.
Yo, going in
Yo.
and out. All right, here you go.
I'm looking. Oh.
What's going on over there, brother?
Nothing's going on.
Microsoft, which had invested $13 billion in OpenAI, was furious. Over 700 of OpenAI's 770 employees signed an open letter demanding the board resign. They threatened to leave, all of them, if Altman was not reinstated. By Tuesday night, the board capitulated. Altman was back. The board that fired him dissolved. 5 days? Today, OpenAI is valued at over $800 billion. ChatGPT has over 800 million weekly active users. And Sam Altman, who earns a salary of just $76,000 a year, who owns zero equity in the company he runs, has a personal net worth of $3.3 billion, built entirely from investments he made in other people's companies years before OpenAI existed. The most powerful person in artificial intelligence earns less per year than most mid-level engineers. Subscribe for a new story every week.
The Millionaire Fastlane, Chapter 1, The Great Deception. What if the financial plan you've been told to follow your entire life isn't designed to make you rich while you're young? What if it asks you to sacrifice your best years so you can finally enjoy your money when you're old? And what if the biggest financial deception isn't that the plan doesn't work, but that it works too late? That's the question MJ DeMarco wants you to confront. Chapter Review. DeMarco begins with a fictional MTV crib-style example. A young man appears to have everything: the mansion, the luxury cars, the expensive lifestyle. Naturally, we wonder, how did he become wealthy so young? Then comes the joke. He claims he got rich through a 401k mutual funds. And the traditional financial advice we've all heard. DeMarco uses this absurd scenario to expose what he believes is wrong with the conventional definition of wealth. We're told to follow a predetermined formula: get a job, work for decades, save, invest, and eventually retire. But DeMarco asks us to examine the destination. Imagine two people. John spends his 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s working toward retirement. David wants financial freedom while he's still young. John may eventually reach retirement with money, but David is asking a completely different question. Why should freedom begin at 65? This is where DeMarco introduces the idea of get rich slow as a losing game. He criticizes depending on a financial plan that requires a huge portion of your life before delivering the promised reward. He describes it as a gamble with time. You invest your most productive years and hope everything works out decades later. But life isn't guaranteed. Markets change. Jobs disappear, health changes, unexpected events happen. And even if everything goes according to plan, you still can't recover the years you've already spent. DeMarco therefore proposes reinventing retirement. Instead of treating retirement as something that must happen after a lifetime of employment, why not make financial freedom a goal worth pursuing much earlier? And this is where his definition of wealth becomes important. For DeMarco, Wealth isn't simply having millions in the bank, it's having youth, freedom, health, and money at the same time. That's what makes his argument uncomfortable. He's asking whether the traditional plan can make you wealthy at the right time. Life nuggets. 1. Question financial formulas you've never examined. 2. Time is part of wealth. 3. Don't make old age your only financial target. 4. Don't gamble your entire life on one distant outcome. 5. Wealth is multidimensional. 6. Define your success. Powerful takeaway. Real wealth isn't just having money. It's the freedom to enjoy while still young. Subscribe for more chapter reviews. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so
for me, I feel like we got to teach our kids young that the time is now. Because the school system is teaching our kids that, oh, you got time, when no, the fuck, we don't. The time is now, always.
I agree. But
And
the
that's
key
what I teach
is,
my kids, too.
but the key is, what I try to teach people is, as he said, everybody is trying to get rich. And then when you ask people what the definition of rich is, that's when they start coming with all of these different definitions, or they have this different idea in their mind.
Right.
But if you actually look in the dictionary of the definition of rich, it's one who earns his income off of another. That's what a rich person does. So they produce something, and because of what they produce, other people go to work to be able to afford the thing that they're producing. And that's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you all of these different people, from Elon Musk to Sam Alt to Toyota in Japan. All of these people are out here being producers. And meanwhile, they're sending us to school to be consumers of what they produce. They're telling, when they say, go and get you a 401k and you're gonna be rich by the time you hit 65, they telling that to us. They ain't telling that to their kids. They telling their kids to go in the library and learn code. Elon Musk learned code and sold his first video game for $500.
Mm-hmm.
And ain't stopped producing ever since. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the way for us to get rich is to be an entertainer. You either doing a song or a dance, or you're being, a laborer, because those are the only things that we see, or you in the underground economy. You out here, selling crack rock, or you got a wicked jump shot. And then we already know what happens to the people who sell the crack rock. They taking penitentiary chances. And if they get caught, well, was it all worth it? When there's other things that they could be selling. Even Freeway Rick Ross said, damn, if he would have just sold the baking soda, he would have been a millionaire. He said that he wish he would have known. He wish he would have known that he could have just sold the baking soda. Think about that.
Yeah.
But let me see what else I want to put up here before I get out of here.
What you mean get out of here? We just started.
just gonna go through these videos.
Hey guys, let's see how much the Coke machine made over the weekend. It was 4th of July, and I emptied the machine out just to see what made over the weekend. I've finally installed a credit card reader. At least it's here. I got to get the bracket to put it on the front. I'm excited to see what we'll do there. Lots of ones. I hope we can keep collecting a lot of cash when we start selling drinks. We'll charge about $1.25 on the card, and then $1 per drink here. We're going to take the change out. I like getting cash, so I'll keep that coming in. And oh, do you see it? I noticed something. There are several $1 coins in here. We're going to take them inside the office. I'm going to run the dollar bills through. Now, remember, half of what I bring in is profit. The other half goes to buying new drinks. Drinks are a little under 50 cents a piece, and I sell them for $1. So we'll see what we did in bills. $94 in cash. Now let's see what we did. And there's a 50-cent piece in here. Why would they put it? It doesn't even work, but it jams the machine up almost always. So anyway, we're going to go through and see what we did in quarters. This is a pretty decent collection for just a Friday, Saturday, Sunday over 4th of July. So we've got quarters on the floor, and of course it's a mess. And we've got another dollar coin that jammed it up. So we're not going to tell the IRS about that. So please be cool, guys. That'll just be our little secret. We're almost here at the collection, and I'll show you even more dollars. Yeah, just let's not talk about those. Here's where I'll put the numbers up on the screen for gross and net.
You see, the more at peace you become.
That one, that one was for Foreign Skies.
Salute Foreign Skies.
Salute to Foreign Skies in Chicago. Well, it's also for anybody who was thinking about what could they sell or what could they invest in to make some money, okay? If they have very little money. And I shout out to Boxley, because we be in the back chat and he be, talking to us, and, he has his own kiosk or his own business where he gets out there and he does the pop-up shops where he sells food. He's a street merchant. And then, of course, he does catering and all of that other stuff. So, he started, and what he said was he started with $2,500. And the only reason that I was talking about that was because there was Foreign Skies who got on here who was talking about, he saved $2,500 and he wanted to go on vacation. And so he was going to use his $2,500 to fund his vacation, to fly first class to, his location and, be able to party and live it up. And I was saying, how about you take that $2,500 and invest it in something like a vending machine? And then once you do that, the vending machine will make you the money back. It'll make you the $2,500 back. And then you can go on a vacation. And while you're on vacation, the vending machine will still be making you some money. And then when you get back, you'll still have the vending machine to be able to make you some more money. He's like, nah, I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna go fly first class and go over there and do what I want to do, because that's what I wanted. That's what I plan to do with this money. And that's the difference between what rich people do and what poor people do. Mm-hmm. Rich people invest in assets. Poor people invest in liabilities. What rich people do is they say, I want to go on this vacation. This vacation is going to cost me $2,500. I'm going to go buy me an asset. And this asset is going to pay for my vacation.
And continue to be
and continue to pay me. But you got to be able to make the sacrifice to be able to do that. That's what that white dude just did. He went and bought him a vending machine, stocked it up. Of course, it probably cost them $1,000 or $1,200 for the vending machine itself, because you can get them used in the classifieds, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, what have you. People are selling vending machines all the time.
All right, so with putting that out there, like what locations would be your suggestions for placement of those vending machines?
Well, of course, schools, universities, if they don't have them already. hospitals, gas stations, office buildings.
Right. Okay.
Any place that has a what's it called? Break room or a cafeteria. You want to make sure that wherever you got it, you know, it's safe, and you know it's gonna be a lot of foot traffic. And of course, you know, people are getting hip, so they're gonna want to. Some people are gonna want a percentage, but I mean, hey, they own the platform, as they say. So since they own the platform, they're gonna allow you up in their spot with the machine. You probably gonna have to pay them a percentage, but it probably ain't gonna be that much. And then at the same time,
it's only right though. It's only right because one hand washes the other.
Exactly. But the dude made, you know, $200 in one day, and he wasn't even there. So, you know, there's just different ideas that you can do to be a producer and not a consumer. Shout out to Vacation Time with Ryan. Thanks for you know, watching. Hit the like button, please. Cost you nothing to hit the like button. I'm at 299, y'all. I need one more subscriber to hit 300. We're trying to make it at least to 500 before the the month's about to be over. The first is tomorrow. But if we can make it to 300 before tomorrow, before the first, that'd be great. For
let's go, people.
Support the platform, because, you know, as I said, I'm just trying to give people different ideas.
Hit that like and subscribe.
I mean, the only reason that I do it like this is because, as I know, people don't follow advice, they follow action. So I'm trying to show you all, okay, well, here I am. Everybody knows that I'm not living in the States anymore. I've been out of the States for about 3 years. I don't work. Actually, this is my only job right here, with the exception of me writing my books, which I will be promoting in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's go.
You know, I haven't been promoting my books because, you know, I don't like to get on here and, you know, talk about myself. I like to talk about how you all can get it. And I'm not, as I said, I'm nowhere, and I got nothing, and I'm nowhere. But I am free, and it didn't take $1 million. It didn't take $200,000 a year. It didn't take none of that in order to get to where I'm at. To where, okay, I'm not afraid of losing a roof over my head. I'm not afraid of going hungry. I'm not afraid of any of those things, because I was able to set up some things that pay me money while I sleep. And the only thing that I needed to do was realize how much money I needed in order to be able to live free. There was a joke that my English teacher told me when I was a senior. He said him and his wife, they was in the woods together, and they saw a grizzly bear coming. So the husband, he put on his tennis shoes, and the wife looked at him. He said, "You silly fool, you can't outrun the bear." He looked at his wife. He said, "It's not the bear I'm trying to outrun."
Trying to outrun you, bitch. Dwell on that part.
And that's really that's the key to freedom, is knowing that you ain't trying to outrun the bear. You trying to outrun your expenses. And when you know how much your expenses are, and you can make more mailbox money to exceed your expenses, that's the key to freedom. That's it. That's all that's all that I preach. That's the action that I took to be able to get to where I'm at. And there's a lot of retirees that are out here in Panama with me who they learned that at age 65, because at 65 they stopped working and they looked in their bank account and they was like, yo, I don't got $1 million in my bank account. All I got is 15,000. All I got is 10,000. And all I'm getting is, you know, this $1,500 or this $2,000 in Social Security and this other $2,000, $3,000 in this pension, this job pension that I got. And then they was like, oh, well, it's cheaper for me to live in Panama because I can live in Panama for $2,500 a month. But they learned that at age 65. So if you age 25 and you're like, oh, shoot, I can live in Panama for $2,500 a month, all I need to do is get me a couple of rental properties that's going to pay me, you know, $3,000 a month. Or I can go get me about 10 vending machines and put them in some good spots and then pay somebody to manage them and pay them, you know, $500 or whatever a week. And I got, you know, 10 vending machines that's paying me $200 a day. Think about that. That's what's that, 2 G's a day? And you paying him $500 a week to be able to just run around and stock and restock, and somebody's gonna take that job because it's easy.
Preach.
Same thing with real estate. I mean, I got a property manager. I pay him 10%. Every time, you know, he just called me last week, told me that the toilet overflowed at my unit. Cost me $80 to have it snaked. I didn't have to deal with it. He dealt with it. And guess what? Guess what tomorrow is?
The first.
Guess what tomorrow is? Oh, damn. All my sound effects and everything is gone. I gotta start all over again. Oh well. Who else is on here?
Oh, who the hell is calling me?
Shout out to Mr. Peppers. I see you. So anywho, let me get more into it.
The less you tolerate chaos, you stop explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stop showing up in places that disturb your calm. You start choosing silence over proving your point, distance over forced connection. It's not arrogance, it's alignment.
This judge sentenced this guy to life in prison. Says something.
Line got to be around 30K.
Close enough. Near poverty.
Near poverty. If I'm saying 30 is where poverty is at, near poverty, 30 to like 45.
Okay. Let's see if you can guess the income classes for each level of income throughout the nation. How much money you have to make to qualify as the poverty line?
In 2026, poverty lines got to be around 30K.
Close enough. Near poverty.
Near poverty. If I'm saying 30 is where poverty is at, near poverty, 30 to like 45.
Okay. You're a little off on that.
Okay.
What would be considered lower middle class?
Lower middle class, 100K ain't what it used to be. I've seen numbers talking about 100K. Today is like 50K in the early 2000s. So I'm going to say lower middle class, we running all the way up from 55 to like 110.
That's interesting. Too much, too high. I'm gonna just tell you that. So that's lower middle class. What would you give middle class?
Middle class, we're going 100 to like 125, 130.
Okay. What would you say upper middle class is then?
Upper middle class, 130 to 150.
Closer. What would you say the upper class are top percent?
Anybody 1%. Making over like 160 a year.
Boy, you hit that one on the money.
Oh, listen, cold with it. Sniper gang, you feel me?
Relax. That's the only
Hey, come on, look, run it down, nigga. Come on, man. Don't
play man. So for the poverty class, $25,820.
Okay, so I was just a little high on that.
Yeah, you was just a little high on that one. Near poverty, $5,820 to $52,000.
I was close.
But you did overshoot.
What, like by like 2.5K? Cause I said to 55.
Nah, you said to 60. For middle class, $52,000 to $80,000. You too.
Yeah, I overshot that one. I said 100.
Too high. Middle class is 80,000 to 120. And upper middle class is 120 to 160. Thing above 160 is upper class.
Man, I got them last two for sure.
You only got one on the money.
Man, them last two for sure. I was close enough. Y'all got to give it to me, man. Audience, what y'all think? Y'all think you should give it to me? I think I got it, man.
I think if that was a test in school, that shit would be wrong.
What kind of music?
All right. So, as I said, let me take this down.
Yeah, man, with today's economy, he was kind of like speaking facts a little bit, like, but the whole like 160, that's not realistic. And
like, actually, it's realistic because he's just basically saying, okay, hold on, let's break it down, shall we?
What's that? 80,000 if there's two incomes in a household.
Okay, so 160,000 divided by 52 weeks. That's 3,000 a week. 3,076 a week. So 3,076 a week. How much is that? I'm sorry. So that's $12,300 a month. So, shoot, how much is 12,000? 12,300 a month.
Dollar rate.
It's $410 a day. So if you can make $400 a day, every day, 365 days of the year, you'll be rich, or you'll be in the, as they said, the higher middle class. What jobs allow you to make $400 a day? Well, we already know your average employee job or your average retail job is only paying you $15 an hour, if that.
So that's not going to do it at all.
15 times 8 is what? That's like what, 120? So, as I said, that's why you would need a skill. Carpet cleaning. You making
box trucks.
You can make $400 by yourself a day. That's what I used to do, because I would only do like 4 jobs. Some jobs would pay me, $100, $150, and the other 2 jobs would pay me more than that. I don't think I ever made, the only time that I made less than $100 is when I did something other than carpet cleaning, which would be pest control. Pest control only paid me $75, but I'm only in the house for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So to be in somebody's house for 45 minutes, $75, that's actually not bad. Say it again.
I mean, it adds up with the amount of stops you're doing per day.
Yeah, because even like, okay, down south, they don't have a lot of duplexes and triplexes like they do up north. So you could do 2-3 families up north and you done made your $400 or $500 in a day. But down south, they got more single family homes. But even with the single family homes, you could charge a little bit more because a single family, but I just because all of the major companies like Orkin and Terminix and all of them, and I work for all of them, they charge $125. And since I'm the little guy, what I would do is get a customer would charge me $75. People would choose me because they save $50. And if I was working for Orkin only pays you 10% of your route. Yeah, about 20% of your route. I'm saying 10%. They pay the salespeople 10% of their route. They pay the technicians 20% of their route. So if you got 100 stops at $120, that's $12,000. So you're getting paid 20%. So that's $2,400 a month. You got to do 100 stops in a month. You get $2,400. Meanwhile, they're getting $24,000, and they just gonna pay you. You see what I'm saying? They can pay $24,000 and they paying you $2,400. So the name of the game is to own the truck, own your own equipment, and then go out there and build your own route. Get your own custies. And I had my own custies. I've been doing this ever since 2013. So 10 years I was in the game before I stopped. I stopped in 2022.
Message ownership, people.
And these are entry level. Entry level. That's the name of the game. Entry level. Let's see what else I got on here.
Okay, that was actually kind of true.
Yeah, one of the
like
things,
everyone wants to be the boss, and not everyone wants to do the work, type of thing.
Yeah.
In Japan, construction workers don't get paid until their work passes inspection. When they finish a bathroom, they scatter marbles on the floor to test the slope. If every marble rolls to the drain, it means the water will flow smoothly. But if even one gets stuck, the worker doesn't get paid.
I have a Toyota Land Cruiser. I have a 1995 that I drove here tonight.
Yeah.
I love it. Mine's all redone. It's got a supercharged Corvette engine in it.
Oh,
it's
shit.
all been redone.
After the crackhead car that I had to leave it.
What'd you get?
Land Cruiser.
They will go hundreds of thousands of miles and not fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah, those cars they just over-engineered them. The Japanese they know how to over-engineer a car to make it incredibly durable and reliable. That put a lot of pressure on American automobiles because there's a lot of people that didn't want to buy American cars for a while in the 80s because they fucking broke all the time.
Yeah.
But those Toyotas, they fucking never break.
Yeah.
Lexuses, I've had 3 of those Lexus big
Forever.
trucks. They go forever. They never
Those
fuck
Lexuses?
up. There's never a problem.
Yes.
Electronics work flawlessly. Everything's flawless. You never have an issue. It's like it's developed a loyal fan base, but you can have a 2003 and be Christian Bale and it's not going to break.
Why do Toyota and Honda last decades? Well,
What is that?
that's a washing machine. What does it wash?
flows. Can you imagine? An electric motor spins the cylinder as water is pumped through the machine. Soap is added here, and the agitation removes any soiling.
What does that wash?
That's a refrigerator. Top compartment keeps food frozen. And the bottom compartment maintains a temperature of 38 degrees.
And you sell these?
We rent them.
So you sell electricity, and then you rent all the things that need electricity?
More or less.
We don't need any of these things.
Well, the conveniences. Their use gives you time to do other things.
What other things?
Well, like other chores.
So you invent machines to do those, then what do we do?
Go on a picnic. Go for a swim. Or go to the cinema. You can enjoy a more leisurely life.
It ain't more leisurely, because we gotta work more to pay for all this stuff.
He's got you there. This is the future. Every home in New York City has electricity. They have refrigerators. And some even have electric stoves.
Now here's the thing. We buy all this stuff. We're not working for ourselves anymore, we're working for you.
Yep. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Message.
Promote them books. Let's go. Talk about them books, cousin. So salute to BMT for being a hater.
What did he say? I didn't even see it.
You don't remember, but I do.
Oh. I didn't.
I'm not into really promoting niggas, but I just had to do that real quick.
Anywho.
Right, I'm about that life, so whatever. Pull up, nigga, if you watching.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Mr. Peppers, Chalupe, Vacation Time with Ryan, everybody watching. I haven't posted because I'm too busy trying to run the boards. But I see y'all out there. Appreciate it. Let me see.
Right, we already saluted Chalupe on the panel. We saluted Travel Time with Ronan on the panel. I've been in the chat a little bit.
The reason I don't mind is because they don't understand that, what my book is really about. It really can help save some people's lives. I don't promote it because you're talking to me and I'm, telling you, but for those who are into the life coach thing, or they're into the psychology or sociology, or they're just going through some depression. And, let me see. Let me start with the recap, because in the recap, it talks about what happened last week on our live. And I think that would be a good place to start before I go into the other. Hold on, let's do that.
But because the sheriff didn't read the complex ledgers, the paymaster would just manipulate the math.
It's just awful.
It is. A family would work for 12 months, walk into that office, and be told they somehow owed the FAR money. They knew they were being robbed, but they didn't have the literacy to prove it.
The survival strategy that emerged from that exploitation is what Nate calls the golden child dynamic.
Okay, break that down for us.
So a family realizes they cannot win a rigged game. So they pool every meager resource they have, every extra dime, and they select one child.
The golden child.
Right. They sacrifice everything to send this golden child to school. The immense psychological burden placed on this kid is that they must learn the math, understand the law, graduate, and then return to the farm.
Wow, that is a lot of pressure.
It is. The dream is that the golden child will march into the paymaster's office, audit the ledger, and finally secure the family's freedom.
It's that classic survivor's guilt mixed with self-preservation. I mean, I want to ask the listeners, have you ever felt alienated by a group you were supposed to belong to? Have you ever succeeded and felt the pressure of whether to pull others up or protect your own peace?
It's a heavy question.
Because anyone who has ever been the first in their family to break into a corporate job or get a college degree knows that agonizing internal monologue. Do I send my paycheck back home to fix a broken situation, or do I save myself?
Exactly. And according to Nate's theory, the golden child strategy almost always fails because human nature kicks in.
Really? How so?
The kid gets the degree, gets a taste of corporate America, realizes how brutal the farm actually is, and they assimilate. They call home and say, I'm never coming back.
Wow.
They abandon the collective to protect their individual peace and newly acquired status.
That is tragic.
It is, and that betrayal leaves a massive leadership void back home. The irony is that the person who usually steps into that void is the black sheep.
The one they didn't pick?
Exactly. The kid who got D's and F's, the kid who got sent to trade school or the military, the one the family never bet on.
Right.
The black sheep is the one who comes back and tries to piece the broken family dynamics back together, operating entirely on grit rather than formal education.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this historical framework maps perfectly onto the chaotic 5-hour panel we are listening to.
It really does.
The highly educated, corporate assimilated individuals, the modern day golden children, they look down on the working class travelers. They view guys like Nate and his followers as crude and embarrassing on the global stage. Meanwhile, the working class travelers, the black sheep, who are actually doing the heavy lifting of organizing these online communities and navigating foreign countries, they feel completely abandoned.
They do.
They are looking at the elites and saying, you got the degrees, you have the capital, but you refuse to reach back and help us build.
And that resentment fuels the explosive open panel segment of the stream.
Oh, yeah, things get intense.
You have callers dialing in to debate this exact class divide, and the friction is just palpable. One caller, who goes by the name Fearless, dials in and essentially becomes the avatar for the golden child mentality.
Fearless, right?
Yeah, Fearless is a former Division I football player who holds multiple degrees, including a master's. He takes over the mic to argue strictly for black excellence, and he operates with absolute zero tolerance for systemic excuses.
Fearless makes this very provocative, hyper-meritocratic argument. He says, look at any inner city neighborhood. You will often see a packed basketball court sitting right across the street from a completely empty public library. He argues that if a kid has the discipline to dedicate 10,000 hours to practicing jump shots, chasing an absolute statistical anomaly of making the NBA, then that same kid has the exact same 10,000 hours available to sit in the library, learn to code, and guarantee a 6-figure career.
Fearless's worldview is entirely deterministic.
Yeah, very black and white.
He believes that dwelling on historical victimization, like the peonage system or redlining, only breeds a culture of mediocrity.
Right.
He proudly declares that he isolates himself from people who say, I can't. For him, if you fail, it is a failure of time management and individual accountability, not a failure of the system.
I have to stop and push back on that, though, because the leap from just go to the library to systemic success feels like it's ignoring massive invisible hurdles.
Oh, totally.
And Nate pushes back on Fearless in the exact same way. Nate argues you can't just yell excellence at a kid without diagnosing the wound first.
Right.
What if the kid on the basketball court has undiagnosed dyslexia, so the library is a place of humiliation, whereas the court is a place of competence? Such a good point.
What if the kid is malnourished? What if there is violence in the home and the basketball court provides community protection that sitting alone in a library doesn't?
Exactly.
So what does this all mean? Nate's point is that demanding corporate level excellence from a working class kid without addressing the granular daily hurdles of poverty is just arrogance masquerading as advice.
It
Carbon filament for the light bulb.
That's the point. Well, that's one point that I wanted to make. I'm glad it started there rather than at the beginning. But hold on, let me see if I can get that other point. Yeah, here we go. Because you was talking about Fearless and Black BMT, Black Man Travels, that elk. When I hear them talking, Keem, I just realize where we're at. We're just, their talking points are golden child talking points. And I'm a black sheep. And that's really what it is. It's like, okay, you went and you did it and you got successful. And because you got successful, you have this mentality of, I got mine, you got to get yours now. That's pretty much, and there's no excuse. You saw that I was able to do it, so you can do the same thing. We understand all of that. But as I said, everybody else is coming up from somewhere. It's like, I give the example like this, all right? There's an obstruction in the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody sees the obstruction in the road. Okay. And then you get to work. And then the supervisor is in front of you asking you, why are you late for work? And then you tell your supervisor, well, there was an obstruction in the road. And then what, of course, the supervisor says, oh, that's an excuse. I was able to get here on time.
Bro, nigga, your route ain't my route. Your life don't life like mine.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make. You can't ignore somebody's setbacks, because that's really what you're doing, is you're ignoring the setbacks and saying that's just an excuse. You need to really what you're saying is, you need to figure this shit out on your own, just like I figured it out on my own. But when you do that, that's the thing that creates dislike. Because, as we said, there are people out here who will, if you go to other places, like in the Toyota plant, okay, instead of saying who made it fail, they say what made it fail. And then they figure out what made it, the thing that made it fail, and then they fix that. So with my same analogy, okay, instead of you over here saying, if I'm telling you the reason I was late for work was because there's an obstruction in the road, instead of you saying, nigga, you need to figure that shit out on your own and get to work on time, I was able to get to work on time. You all need to say, okay, well, let's come together. Let's call the Department of Public Works, DPW, and get them out there so that they can, remove that obstruction, because I need to have you to work on time. See, just doing that, at least acknowledging and caring about the problem will actually encourage people. Speaking of the devil,
right?
He's coming to argue his point. How you doing, brother?
And that's why I don't come on. Look at that. Look at how you treat a brother. I'm the devil. And second of all, you got Toyota all wrong. So let me help you out with Toyota. I got my camera on, so let me do that. The first thing they do is called the five.
Panel, brother.
What's up, my brother? What they do at Toyota is called the 5 whys. So the 5 whys finds the root cause of why you didn't do something. So if you're late for work, why? Because there was a pothole. Why? What route didn't you take? Why? My alarm didn't go off. So what you do is you find the root cause to get rid of all the excuses. See, Toyota doesn't deal with the excuses. They always use Toyota things like Kaizen to constantly improve. Nimi wash to go see why something didn't work, or to get a consensus with people. Genchi Gemitsu, go and see. So I don't just sit behind the desk to find out what something happens is, I go and see and find out with people. So sometimes you tell a story, but you got to go a little bit beyond what you're just saying to get to the real root of the cause. Now, if a person, like I heard you say, if they can get to the basketball court and they can wear some Jordans, I don't know how they would be malnutritious. So if you can't eat, but you can get Jordans, your priorities is messed up. So I don't, if you have dyslexia, the one thing that they do when you go to college, especially if you're in D1, they supply you with tutors. The second thing is, your tests aren't even graded the way other people's tests are. You aren't even timed. If you go to take the SAT, you aren't timed on your test. See, everything I keep hearing is just an excuse why somebody can't do something. And that's what I don't like. Excuse, 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 excuse. Well, if you talk about companies like you put up, Elon, he don't deal with excuses. He got rid of 75% of the TikTok people when he worked there because he didn't want to hear the excuse. So all I keep hearing every time I hear something is why somebody can't. And what I was taught was this. As soon as I say, I'll give you an example. I can't afford the car. That's the end of discussion. There's nothing else you can do. The thought process in your mind has finally stopped. I don't say I can't. If you say instead, how can I afford the car? That opens up the whole thing of possibilities. And all I keep hearing you say is I can't. When I say, how can I? That's a different thought process. Because by saying, how can I? It doesn't limit me to any other way of doing anything but finding possibilities. So I find possibilities. I don't think you know my story. So I think that's why you say that. You don't know how I got to where I got to. And it's not the golden child to go back. It's that I have seen even people who make it. Like, let's take the golden child, for example. What happens is usually in the NBA, when that one dude makes it, everybody got a paycheck, but ain't nobody helping him get
All right,
there.
come on, Phyllis. Yeah, I feel like you was about to get deep for us, bro. Tell us your story.
Oh, you want?
Childhood like?
Let's see.
What were your
Let me go with my
parents like?
story. I'm gonna tell you my
That's telling
story.
your story on the golden child in your history. You're telling your history of your childhood and how you came up.
All right,
is what I want to hear right
So
now.
let's go with that. So when I went out of town one time, I said, man, I was making at the time maybe $50,000 a year.
You're not answering my question. I asked you about your childhood, bro. You wasn't making $50,000 at fucking 4 years old.
So I mean, you want me to start when I was 2 years old? Where you want me to start? I thought you want to start when I got.
I want to hear the story. I want to hear the story. Like don't come up on the scene like these fake ass rappers and they just like they rich and they ain't tell a story of what they came from yet.
What, you tell me where you want me to start, bro. I was starting with my career, so you tell me.
I thought I spoke on it already. I asked you what your childhood was like.
My childhood, man, I told that, but maybe you didn't listen. Where I grew up was across from a place called Uzi Alley. I grew up where the hood was, in the hood. Half the people, if I look back, I was looking back at people I knew. And we, at a recreation center that we used to go to, we just have an annual, I guess they call it a reunion. And half the people didn't make it there. Half the people didn't make it there. I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, man, where everybody was trying to sell some crack to get through. And the way to get through was either I'm gonna have to get you or I'm gonna have to get it some way. That's how I grew up. So what I did
Where exactly is this location you grew up at?
I don't want to do that because what happened the last time when I showed my work and all of that, people
No, we're
started
not looking
trying.
for receipts. He's just asking for a location. What state? What city? Whatever.
I can tell you that. I give it to you. I give you the name of the apartments. Let me looking back up.
Not the apartments. We just want the city. You grew up in.
Oh, I grew up in my wife's looking at me saying, "Don't even say that." I went to Ohio State, so that'll give it to you.
There you go. Thank you.
So you're from Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm from Boston, right. I stem from Columbia Point Projects. That's where I was kind of raised at, you know, my younger years. So why would you not, you know, want to say that and represent where you come from?
Everybody know where I come. I've said that before. I didn't want to say the exact location, like I said before.
No, you didn't have to. You just like you said, we just want to have an understanding.
If you go to when Ronan does his entry, it actually says where I went to school and what I did. So it's not that much of a secret.
Well, you know, to the 2 or 3 fans that I have watching on my channel, they probably wouldn't be on Ronan. So we're just trying to inform the people that may not be familiar with you.
All right. So I didn't grow up with a silver spoon. I just seen a way out. I had a mother who said, look, you need to get through this. I don't believe in can't. If I came home with a C on my report card, that was automatic punishment. She believed that education was the way out. And so it was education, and I played sports. I excelled.
So quick question. Did you have two parents in the household?
Initially, I did, yes.
All right.
Okay, continue.
So I'll go to where I was starting at. I had a job, $50,000 a year. I said, man,
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, see, I didn't feel like that. I thought I was worth a lot more. So I wanted a lot more. So I went into that 401k and I said, you know what? I got enough to pay this mortgage for 2.5 years. That's it. I took it out. I quit the job and I paid that mortgage for 2.5 years. At the time, because I said, I'm going to go back to school. I'm going to go back to school. I'm going to get a cybersecurity education. I'm going to get my IT. And I was under the belief like this. A story that was told to me was there was a famous sailor who went off to war. When he landed on the shores, he told the crew members to burn the ship. They said, burn the ship? Then we can't retreat. He said, I know. You either fight or you die. So I burned my ship. And I made it so there was no way to go back to. So prior to that, when I met before it was my wife, she wanted to get married. And I said, I'm gonna let you know something. There's no income. The things I got, there would not be anything new, nothing. So when my wife came here, she was working 2 jobs while I went to school, 2 full-time jobs. So she'd go to work in the morning and I wouldn't see her till 11 o'clock at night. Because I said, this house gonna roll. There's no vacations. I learned every happy hour place because that's the only way I could eat out. I learned every place that I could go for free because that's the only places we could go. And I said, for these 3 years, there's nothing that can take me off of this because I have to make it work. If I don't make it work, there's nothing else. So I was taking more than 18 credit hours a day or a year or a semester, quarters, however they did it, just so I could go through. Every time that there was an event for co-oping or something like that, I used every resource to get my resume going, to get the way I looked in there going, just so I could present myself. Because one, I was an older person who, I wasn't like the college freshman who was 22 years old. I was already later on in my life. So I said, I got to make this work. My wife, when I got married, there was no honeymoon. There was justice of the peace. We went to the courthouse. There was no ring. I told her, you don't get a ring. You get a ring when I make it. We got married and we didn't have a child until 10 years later. Because I said, I can't have a child until at least 3 of their college years are paid for at the time of their birth. So you can't tell me about sacrifice. When I did get a co-op, the first one was in Louisville, Kentucky. So it was with General Electric. So I left my house, went down to General Electric, left her there. Then I got another co-op at my current job that I'm at. I had worked there for the summer. And then they said, hey, we are moving locations. I said to my wife, you got a job here. Even though you ain't making a lot of money, I don't know what's going to be in store for me. I'm going to leave. I left her in Ohio and went to Texas. Said, we just kind of got married. I said, I'm sorry. My goal, where I got to be, is more than this can be, because I can only see myself in a certain light. So I left. I sacrificed all of that. Went down there 2 times. They said, look, we want you to come to this management training. And I told her, I said, look, until I got this locked in, you can't come. You got to stay here. I ain't buying no new car. I remember her calling me saying the car that I had, it was a old Toyota Corolla. And another one, she's like, this car broke down. She's like, I've been tying the muffler on with a hanger or a zip tie. It was a zip tie. She's like, the battery is corroding. I said, don't worry about it. I said, I'm gonna get in where I fit in. My first offer on the job was $88,000. The first thing I did was I got a car. I drove it to her. I dropped it off. I said, I'm gonna stay with the car I got, which was jacked up. I said, I'm gonna stay with this car because I'm not buying anything new.
How old were you when all of this was going on?
36.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what you mean. This was starting off like nothing, bro. I had left my other job, like I quit. I'm going to do something. First thing when I got hired on was 88 because that's where they started everybody. The first raise I got, which was 6 months later, because I got hired on in August. 6 months later was the review because my boss said, because he know that I was like, man, I sacrificed a lot. And to me, that was not a lot of money because that's not where I wanted to be. He said, relax, you're going to be where you need to be. 6 months later, I was at 6 figures. He said, if you continue on the path that you're at, in the next 4 years, you'll be over 200. And I'm over 200. That's when I got my wife a ring. That's when we went on vacations. That's when we started buying things. But even at this point, you know where I buy my clothes? Matter of fact, I don't even buy the clothes. You know where she buys my clothes? Temu. Because I'm too hard on clothes. I got suits and things that I wear if I go into the job. But other than that, when we go on a vacation, I say, man, either I'm going to outgrow this, I'm going to shrink down, get me something that I can wear on this vacation and throw away. Because I know how hard I am on clothes and shoes. So when y'all tell me all this BS about what you couldn't do and what somebody couldn't do, I can't listen to it. Because when I was getting my master's degree, I told her, I said, I can't see you. It was 2 weeks. I said, I can't see you because I'm not leaving the office. And I remember she came up there, it was a Friday. I said, order pizza, bring a drink, and bring a pillow and a blanket. She's like, why? Because that's like, I can't leave here until I complete this. We slept in the office. And I was telling security, like, bro, you ain't even got to keep coming by me because I'm not leaving. I got to finish this up. Because that was the only way that I knew that I could get in with the job I was at and complete what I was doing. So when I hear every excuse y'all was doing, man, I don't listen to it. I know what we went through. She can tell you, brother, it was like, you can't go home. Ain't no vacation money for you to go home. That's not going to happen. And then what I did, because I do it now, the first time I made that money, my paycheck has never changed. I've never increased my paycheck. And what I mean by that is, when I went from 88 to 100, all I did was increase my savings. When I went from 100 to 125, I just increased my savings. When I just kept going up. So my paycheck from my first time has never changed. That's what I live off of. So I never had to change my lifestyle. So 38%, I can tell you by numbers because I know the numbers so well. 38% of my income goes into my 401k. Out of that, because I'm older than 50 now, before the law changed, because now the law is you could get it pre-tax. Before I got it pre-tax, it was called a catch-up, where you could put $7,500 into your catch-up, which I did that. The limit that I could put into my 401k is $23,000. So I know that after taxes, how much it is. All my money goes there. This year, I just contributed $8,600 to my Roth IRA, and I contribute $8,000 to my health savings account. And the rest of the money I put into another Roth IRA. I don't spend it. So when you say you can't sacrifice, I've sacrificed. You just
now,
don't.
let me ask you a question. When did you start listening to the live stream?
Let's see. The wife came in about 10 minutes, maybe about 10 minutes before I got on.
Kim, you heard that?
I'm sorry.
You haven't listened to you haven't listened to the whole live stream, but it's okay, not a problem. I'm going we heard your story, understood. Okay, You started at 36. You was able to get to your success. We salute you. You're 52 years old. But the key thing is this. Number one, all right, we're talking about people who are where you were at age 34 and 32 and wasn't happy and had to make those successes and make those sacrifices. But a lot of times, you know, they didn't have, they might have came from worse setbacks than you are. So the only thing that we're saying is to those people.
Let me back up, man. Let me back up.
You keep
thinking this.
Nah, Phyllis, because while you were talking, I was gonna be like, yo, we gotta spin the block because you're off our topic of conversation tonight.
No, he's not. I mean, he's off, but he's not off because we was talking about lost leaders, meaning making sacrifices in order to get free. Okay, and basically what you were saying was, okay, you sacrificed or you took a loss, all right, in order to get the income that you was looking for, all right? What we was talking about was making a sacrifice in order to become free. But there are also different levels. Like you said, your parents was not giving any leeway to you having poor grades. If you got poor grades, you was on punishment. But also, as you said, you had a 2-family household. You know, as we said, we are all coming from someplace, and we got to move someplace. The only thing we're saying the same thing, but we're just coming from different angles. That's number one. Okay, we'll just say that. We're coming from different angles. And yes, you are coming from the golden child aspect of doing it the conventional way, which is go to school, go get a nice corporate job, and then, go to college, go get a nice corporate job, and then, you know, climb up the ladder. The only thing that I'm saying is, as we said, that as you listen to the live stream, the black sheep didn't do it that way. They did it on alternative methods, whether it would have been trade school, getting a CDL, going to truck driving, going into the military. And most of the time, those people who, because they didn't go to they didn't go to college, because college has a way of indoctrinating you to want, you know, to assimilate to their culture, which is the corporate climbing the corporate ladder. But more of the times, the trade schools and getting your CDL and going into the military, they don't indoctrinate you into climbing the corporate ladder. They indoctrinate you into business ownership, or being a career military person, or, you know, one of these things where you're still thinking about your family structure or your family background. So, and as I said, if you listen to the to that I don't know if you've listened to it, because I put it in the back chat for you to be able to listen to it, where it talked about how you was arguing that, yeah, you keep saying that, you know, you can't listen to those excuses. And I was saying, you know, every time that you say that, it's black and white, and it's a determination factor, and it causes people to shut down, because what they're seeing is you using arrogance for advice instead of looking at what's going on with this person. And like you said, like the Japanese, they get to the root of the problem. They actually try to understand what's going on to see if it's really an excuse or if it's really a reason. Because there's a difference between a reason and an excuse.
Well, let me tell you,
my dog ate it. Yeah, it's okay.
What is that called? Having some fucking empathy?
Because what you hear is
that called having empathy? I really honestly feel like that's what that is.
But go ahead.
See, what you're saying is, I'm saying at 36 after I had a job. But let's say when I started. When I started, I was helping a dude and I'll give you the gist. I won't go into it because it's just too long. But I was helping out at it was called it was basically a printer. They printed stuff. But before you had that, it was called Color Lab. So, you know, they would have to make your actual.
Yeah, I used to work at one. I used to work at Kinko's.
All right,
not
that. It was, and not saying Kinko's is bad, but this was a little where they would like
a little bit more upscale because y'all did. Yeah, I understand.
Correct.
But it's still a print shop. I got you.
So what I would do is, in the basement, or I guess in their lower level because it was dark, there were people who did Adobe, Photoshop. This is before you could learn any of that. It was internet. I don't think the World Wide Web maybe had just begun at that time, but there was no classes for it. So a PageMaker, Adobe Shop, Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator. Every time there was a client that came in and needed any changes to a brochure or anything like that, the graphic designers would touch it, and it was $75 an hour. And I said, damn, because I would bring people in. I brought in Procter & Gamble. I brought in a lot of people. And I said, man, I'm tired of every time these dudes touch this on something minor, they're getting this money. How can I learn this? Stay after work. Dude, I stayed after work, and I started to learn it with a dude. So I would do stuff for him, and he would teach me. And then what happened was, and I tell people this, luck is when opportunity meets preparation. There was a gentleman that when I started making some money, his son rode motorcycles. I got a motorcycle. And the father owned about 10 funeral homes. And one of our clients, her name, I won't give her name, but it was like a painting shop. It was a female. She was the brains behind it. Her husband was the brawn behind it. Had a big painting shop, but he did a lot for the city. He passed away. And she didn't want this funeral program that was like, a Kinko's funeral program. And I said, I can make you a funeral program in color with basically a storybook. It was a 12-page funeral program that highlighted his life, his past, and all of that. After I did that, the pastor said, there's nothing like this. We don't have anything like it because we're doing Kinko's. Somebody gets a picture, they paste it on there, and we do Kinko's. I said, oh, hell. I said, man, I can take it to the next level. So I started doing all his funeral programs and other people's funeral programs because there was no color funeral program. And I was charging $300 a funeral program. He was doing about 10 funeral programs every weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometime, or Friday and Saturday, sometime during the week. I was making close to $5,000-$6,000 every week. It got so bad that's when I got my first house. I hired somebody at the funeral home because I didn't feel like typing. I was like, I don't want to typeset. I'll pay you $25 to type all of it. You send it to me. And I was doing my thing. That's when I bought my first house. The first house I bought, I remember the dude said, man, I bought this house for $7,000 at the sheriff's sale. The house was worth $87,000. Woman was going into foreclosure. Her son was supposed to be paying the mortgage. He didn't. And, he was actually into the mortgage end of it. And I was like, man, I took the equity out. I was like, bruh, I'm sitting on $60,000. I'm like, I'm about to chrome out this bike. I'm about to put these things on this Escalade. I'm about to do all this stuff. And he said, bruh, you can turn that money into something else. And that's when I started learning how to do stuff. Now, I say all that to say, I could have said, work is over. I'm done with work. I'm going home. Because nobody paid me to learn that. Nobody. I learned it on my own by going to somebody. The reason nobody helped me out, nobody put me in them places, it was when opportunity met, when you were ready for the opportunity and luck. That's what luck is. It met preparation. The same with my job. When I say I went down to Louisville, at this time, there was no such thing as on cloud learning. When I went there, they were like, oh man, you need to learn the cloud. This dude kept saying, man, you need to learn the cloud. The cloud is where it's going to be at. And I was like, I don't even know what the cloud is. He's like, AWS, man, a solution architect. Well, how you get there? How you get it trained? He said, yeah, there's really no way. You just kind of learn from somebody. I went into that office and it was a white dude there. And I said, look, man, I'm trying to learn this. At that time, I'm buffed, I'm thick. He said, I'm trying to get big like you. I said, I tell you what, you train me and I train you. And that whole summer, I trained him and he trained me. I say that because at the job I'm currently in, when I went in for it, when I said I was co-oping, the first thing the manager said was, we don't have a cloud person. We're in infancy into this. You have a background in cloud. We're using Azure, but we want to go to AWS. And you have that. I want you. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. I prepared myself before that for free, meaning I had to stay after work, train some dude every day for the exchange of that. There was no payment.
Yeah, but bro, stop calling being prepared luck.
What's that?
Being prepared, that ain't no luck. That's you put that work in to be ready. That's like
luck, there
is no trying. That's like, bro, there is no trying and doing. If you're doing it,
when preparation,
you're not trying to do it. But that's not luck, though, bro. That's you was ready because you prepared.
No, that's what the definition of luck is. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. I was prepared and the opportunity came. See, a lot of people that I've seen say, I want the money. Ask Black Cleaner, he just looked it up. What does it say? What is luck, bro?
I agree with you. I heard your story, and let me play this, and let me hear what you think about this, because I went through similar things that you went through, and you'll be able to understand a little bit more by me playing this. This is my story right here. If people want to know, it's the book that nobody reads. Salute to Canal, Haitian Man Travels. But here, hold on.
If your partner sets a boundary, are they protecting their peace, or are they, a narcissist? Like, if they ask for an hour to themselves, is that self-care or is it narcissistic withdrawal?
Yeah, that's a huge question.
It is, because today, the word narcissist has really become the most dangerously weaponized word in modern romance.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, it has completely escaped its clinical roots and is just currently running wild in our living rooms. So because you are a learner, because you're the kind of person who tunes into this deep dive to bypass all the fluff and get straight to the core of these complex ideas, we are going to look at how this label is actually functioning when the doors are closed and the arguments start.
It really is an incredible phenomenon. I mean, we love the authority that a clinical word gives us.
Right.
But we've completely hollowed out the actual meaning.
Right. Totally hollowed out.
And our source material today provides a highly detailed, almost uncomfortably intimate case study of this exact dynamic.
Yeah.
We're looking at Arfenel's book, Memoirs of a Narcissist, Nate's Odyssey.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating read.
It really is. It's a narrative that explores the deep, often misunderstood waters of modern relationships, personality traits, and societal pressures, specifically within the Black community.
Right. So our mission today is to figure out how these psychological labels are used and misused in the trenches of everyday love stories. But before we get into the heavy stuff, I think we need to set the stage on the material itself.
Yes, because we are wading into some highly controversial waters here.
We really are.
The book delves heavily into modern gender roles, the concept of hypergamy, and it directly references specific polarizing social commentators that the characters consume.
You mean people like Kevin Samuels, Tariq Nasheed?
Exactly. Derek Jackson, Shira Seven.
Yeah.
And we have to be very clear to you listening, we aren't here to endorse or take a side on any of these viewpoints. Neither of us are taking sides here.
No, definitely not.
But we absolutely have to look at them objectively because they are the exact ideologies driving these characters' internal and external struggles throughout the book.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because before all the therapy speak and the psychological labels start flying around, we have to look at the foundational backgrounds of the couple at the center of the story, which is Nate and Keisha.
Right.
Because if you don't understand where they come from, you won't understand a single argument they have.
No, you won't. It is the ultimate clash of origin stories. Really, it sets up every failure of communication that follows.
Yeah.
So let's start with Nate. He's a Boston transplant living in Atlanta. He's a Navy veteran and he runs his own flood restoration business.
Okay.
But the most important psychological driver for Nate is his family tree. It is massive and it is deeply communal. To give you an idea, his mother alone has 21 first cousins.
Wait, 21. That is a small village.
Exactly. So growing up, Nate's nervous system was basically conditioned for a constant stream of teamwork and reciprocity.
Right.
If you fall down in that family, 20 hands reach out to catch you. So his baseline assumption of the world is just that people are inherently supportive.
And then you have Keisha. She is a Georgia native, a single mother to a young son, and her background is the exact opposite of Nate's.
Complete opposite.
Her family is deeply fractured. Her parents passed away when she was young. She's estranged from her aunt, and her brother, Jabriel, is an ex-con. So Keisha's mindset isn't communal at all.
No, not even a little.
It is highly solitary. She is basically a lone wolf survivalist because, you know, in her lived experience, if she falls down, absolutely no one is catching her.
Which is exactly why their initial connection is so fascinating. I mean, they meet online in a Facebook singles group and they just click.
Yeah, they bond over those shared tragedies.
Right, and the early days of their romance are steamy and honestly cinematic.
Oh, for sure. There's this incredibly vivid scene where they're in a jetted tub surrounded by candles, just opening up to each other.
Yeah, beautiful scene.
And there's another where it's New Year's Eve and they're completely lost in each other, dancing in a nightclub to Stevie Wonder's All I Do. It's a gorgeous honeymoon phase. But wait, I have to stop you.
Okay, what?
I look at this setup and honestly, Nate sounds naive to the point of foolishness.
I think so.
Yeah, like how can a grown man expect a traumatized lone wolf to just join his team overnight? It's just like they are playing two entirely different economic games.
Oh, so?
Well, Nate is playing Monopoly. You know, he's investing, building houses, creating long-term mutual wealth. But Keisha is playing musical chairs. She just needs to make sure she has a seat when the music stops, regardless of who she has to shove out of the way to get it.
That is a fantastic way to put it. I mean, it looks foolish from the outside, sure, but you have to remember his baseline.
Right, the communal family.
To Nate, communal support is like gravity. He literally cannot fathom a world where a partner wouldn't want to build well together.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But your musical chairs analogy is perfect because it illustrates why their fundamental definitions of love are just completely incompatible. Right. Nate sees love as a cycle of mutual vulnerability. You know, you give, I give, we build. But Keisha, being shaped by trauma and scarcity, she views love through a strictly utilitarian lens.
Security.
Exactly. For her, love is about security, provision, and safety. If a partner isn't actively providing a tangible safety net, her survival instincts tell her the love isn't real.
But here's the danger of that utilitarian mindset. If love is only measured by provision and security, what happens the moment Nate's ability to provide is even slightly questioned?
Well, you get the refrigerator incident.
Ah, yeah.
This is a brilliant microcosm of their dynamic.
Yeah.
So Keisha buys a new fridge. Nate is trying to move it, but it's heavy and awkward, right? So he leaves to go rent a dolly.
Makes sense.
But when he gets back, Keisha's ex-husband, David, is there in the kitchen, and he just effortlessly steps in to do the heavy lifting.
Which is just brutal, but it's not just an accident of timing, right? Like she planned that.
No, not at all. Nate's coworker, a guy named Nick, points out to Nate that this was highly orchestrated. Nick introduces this concept called the 7 levels of disrespect.
Yeah.
And what Keisha did with the fridge, Nick calls that level 1 the slick diss.
Okay, explain the mechanics of a slick diss. Like, why is moving a fridge such a calculated insult?
Because a slick diss isn't just a verbal insult, it's a performative displacement.
Performative displacement. Okay.
By having her ex-husband step in to move the fridge, Keisha isn't just saying Nate is physically struggling, she is publicly demonstrating that his role as the quote-unquote capable man can be instantly outsourced.
Wow.
It is a passive-aggressive test.
Yeah.
It's a way of putting him on notice that his position in her life is conditional, and completely replaceable.
And once that door to disrespect is opened, it escalates straight into financial betrayal.
Oh, absolutely.
Because remember, Nate runs a flood restoration business.
Yeah.
Keisha has a flooded basement. So Nate steps in, he does the heavy lifting, and he advises her exactly on how to file the insurance claim to get the maximum benefit.
Right. He uses his professional expertise.
Exactly. And then Keisha gets the payout, which is estimated to be between $5,000 and $10,000, and she pockets all of it without telling him.
Yeah.
She even keeps the $1,300 that was explicitly earmarked by the insurance company to pay Nate's business for the actual labor he performed.
Which is crazy. She essentially uses his industry expertise to secure her own financial safety net while actively cutting him out of his earned compensation.
Right. And here's where it gets really interesting, because you look at that and you wonder, at what point does a survival instinct cross the line into outright manipulation?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Because later, Nate buys her a used Lexus. Now, Nate's whole philosophy is about being debt-free, so he buys a solid car that they can fix up together. But the transmission has issues.
And she hates it.
Keisha absolutely resents this. She starts calling him Rusty Dusty. She doesn't care that the car is debt-free. She wants a brand new car, even if it induces massive suffocating debt.
Right.
To her, a pristine new car represents security, and fixing a broken car represents poverty.
And to understand why she reacts with such hostility, we have to look at a concept introduced in the source material by podcaster Jason Black.
Okay.
He talks about the mechanics of pretty privilege and decline. Keisha is aging, her responsibilities as a mother are growing, and the effortless social and financial advantages she might have coasted on in her youth are fading.
So how does that change her behavior toward Nate?
Well, when pretty privilege declines, the world stops giving you the benefit of the doubt. For someone playing your game of musical chairs, that is terrifying.
Oh, I bet.
So she shifts her survival strategy. She begins to use Nate as a real-time case study. She extracts his resources, his industry knowledge, his real estate acumen.
She's extracting everything.
Exactly. Not to build a life with him, but to hoard resources and arm herself against the world. She's trying to secure an impenetrable future for her son, William.
Right.
So a broken transmission on a used Lexus isn't just an inconvenience.
Yeah.
To her fading sense of security, it feels like an active threat to her survival.
Which is tragic, because Nate just wants a teammate.
He does.
But the thing is, they aren't just fighting each other in a vacuum. They are fighting this massive, deafening chorus of voices in their ears. The echo chamber of influence surrounding Keisha is wild.
The external pressures are immense, truly. Keisha is heavily influenced by her aunt Shanita, who constantly pushes the ideology of hypergamy.
Right. The idea that a woman must absolutely date and marry up the socioeconomic ladder.
Yes. Aunt Shanita is constantly in Keisha's ear, whispering that she is dating down by being with Nate simply because he's a blue-collar guy, even though they earn comparable incomes.
And then there's the weaponization of therapy speak.
Oh, yes.
Keisha's sister-in-law, Nicole, and Keisha herself, they start throwing around the word narcissist like it's punctuation.
Completely.
If Nate sets a boundary about his time, he's a narcissist. If he shows up unannounced because she's been ignoring his calls for days, that's narcissistic rage.
It's absurd.
Keisha even starts sending Nate YouTube links to creators discussing how narcissistic men control women. She's literally using the algorithm to diagnose her boyfriend.
And this raises an important question for you, the listener. How much of our romantic dissatisfaction is actually manufactured by our social media algorithms and the resentments of our extended family?
That's a great question.
We see this constantly now. Society has begun to weaponize clinical terms like narcissism to win arguments rather than to solve actual relational problems.
Exactly.
It's not a diagnosis anymore. It's an aggressive conversation stopper. Like, if I label you a narcissist, I no longer have to engage with your valid grievances.
Exactly. It's like their relationship is a courtroom, but neither Nate nor Keisha are allowed to take a stand and testify about how they actually feel.
Right.
Instead, they just let YouTube algorithms and resentful relatives act as the judge and jury. And the peak of this external interference comes during a trip to Canada.
Oh, the scene is so telling.
They travel to upstate New York first for Keisha's cousin Crystal's wedding. Crystal is marrying a white man, and they do the traditional jumping the broom. The cultural and racial dynamics in the room are already complex and tense, but at the reception, Keisha's cousin Cheryl playfully drapes a pink jacket over Nate's shoulders.
And we really have to unpack the mechanism of that moment, because it isn't just a harmless joke.
No.
In a room full of Aunt Shanita's hypergamous disciples, putting a pink jacket on Nate is a highly specific, subtle attempt to emasculate him in public,
Why a pink jacket specifically? Like, what does that mean?
because it visually strips him of masculine authority. It's a visual gag to the room that signals he is soft, that he isn't a high-status provider, and that he is merely a placeholder for Keisha until a wealthier man comes along.
Wow.
They undermine him because he doesn't fit their rigid economic criteria for an acceptable partner.
But Nate's reaction isn't to start a fight. He just tries to find his own space.
Okay. Anyway, let me fast
He takes
forward
Keisha
this.
across the border to Toronto, to this diverse,
Fascinating act of Nate's Odyssey.
right. Because Nate comes to a massive realization here. He has actually achieved financial freedom.
He really has.
Between his VA benefits and the rental properties he's acquired, his expenses are covered. He doesn't have to grind anymore. He's free. But instead of celebrating this milestone together, Keisha actively resents him for it because she is still drowning in the struggle of the daily grind.
Because, again, they are playing different games.
Right, Monopoly versus musical chairs.
Yes. His long-term financial freedom doesn't translate to a massive, immediate injection of cash into her bank account. So to her, his freedom feels like abandonment.
Wow.
So Nate takes a solo trip to Tulum, Mexico. He meets a Canadian nurse named Tia. This for Nate's entire struggle. Labs.
Nate goes to an open-air bar in Sosua and meets the owner, a guy known only as Mr. Flip-Flops.
Mr. Flip Flaps. He provides the overarching thesis for Nate's entire struggle, and he uses the analogy of the Matrix.
Okay, the Matrix.
He explains to Nate that cultural expectations, 30-year mortgages, and modern gender dynamics are meticulously designed to keep men on a treadmill of perpetual labor.
Right.
He lays out the rigged game of modern relationships. If you give a woman everything she demands, society labels you a simp and you are controlled.
Yeah.
But if you set boundaries and protect your own resources, society labels you a narcissist and you are alienated. There's just no winning move within the system.
It totally shatters Nate's worldview. He literally has a dream where Keisha is Trinity, trapped in the Matrix, surrounded by green falling code. And the agents keeping her trapped aren't men in suits. The agents are her Aunt Shanita and her sister-in-law, Nicole.
Exactly.
But I have to push back on this a little bit.
Go for it.
I look at this narrative and I wonder, is running away to a tropical bar to escape societal expectations true enlightenment? Or is it just avoidance?
That's a fair point.
Like, is this just a runaway fantasy for men who don't want to compromise? Is he unplugging or is he just giving up?
And that is the exact tension the book wrestles with. What's fascinating here is that Mr. Flip-Flops introduces Nate to the concept of SYSBM.
SYSBM.
Save yourself a black man. And to explain it, he uses the historical analogy of Harriet Tubman.
Okay, wait, how does Harriet Tubman fit into this?
The point is that before Tubman could free anyone else, she had to free herself first. She had to secure her own liberation.
Oh, I see.
When she eventually went back to the plantation for her husband, he had remarried and decided to stay. He chose the familiarity of his captivity over the terrifying unknown of freedom.
Wow.
The profound lesson for Nate is that security and freedom are often fundamentally at odds. Keisha actively chose the security of societal expectations.
Great. She chose the Matrix.
She chose the safety of the Matrix, playing musical chairs, even if the anxiety of it made her miserable. Nate realizes he has to choose the terrifying, liberating path of freedom. He has to choose Zion.
Yeah.
And the hardest pill to swallow is that he cannot free Keisha if she doesn't want to be freed.
All right, I know it was long, but I gave you a long rant. Hope y'all appreciated it. But that book is available on Amazon. Check it out. It's called Memoirs of a Narcissist. But it basically, gives you a gist of why I ended up moving overseas to Panama. Because basically, I was in my 30s, similar to Fearless's story, and instead of having somebody who was supportive, to catch us back, and I'm over here sacrificing in order for all of us to get free, they were pretty much in the end, I just chose the wrong person who wasn't aligned with what I was trying to do. They wanted security, I wanted freedom. And because my freedom didn't look like comfort, it didn't look like the big house and all of that stuff, they pretty much didn't consider me to be of high value, and then started to disrespect me to the point where it just got into contempt, and I ended up leaving and going to Panama. But the point that I was trying to make is there were certain things that you were saying, like how you said you kept the car that was broken down while you was working your way up in order to build your skills. I was doing the same thing. But instead of having people around you that I had people around me that were negative, that were trying to, as they said, emasculate me instead of, support me, or try to, call me, narcissistic because I'm over here trying to make sacrifices for freedom rather than make sacrifices for the illusion of luxury. And I do understand what you're saying about excuses and all of that. The only difference is what I'm saying to you is what I try to do is I try to find out the reason, if it's really an excuse or if it's a reason. And if we can fix the reason, then we'll fix the reason. But if we can't fix the reason, then we're just gonna have to leave it alone. I don't try to, just say to everybody it's an excuse and just you need to figure it out on your own and leave it at that. I try to at least have a little bit of understanding because I've been like you. I've been 36 struggling, so I understand that in order for you to become prepared, okay, you need to be in. I remember you used this. You used the you said and when you're climbing the corporate ladder. Okay, hold on one second. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me take this off. Okay, that's better. So when you're climbing the corporate ladder, you said that you use the pie analogy, which stood for performance, image, and exposure. Okay, so you need to have those three things. You need to have the performance, you need to have the image, and then once you have the performance and image, then you got to be exposed. So that's really what he was talking about, Keem, when he was talking about luck. Luck is being ready being ready when opportunity presents itself. Meaning, all right, you got the skills, you got the gift. Now, when somebody is there ready to see your gift, being exposed to the person who could make it rain, as they say, somebody shows you to the wizard or to the man who lays the golden goose, you're ready to be able to perform. But a lot of people,
I understand all that, but is that luck?
Yeah, it's luck because because as you said, you could have the gift, you can be gifted, but not everybody who's gifted.
I don't feel like when you're prepared for a situation, right, and you're prepared for opportunity, it's luck. I feel like luck is when you fucking in a casino and you hit big. That's luck. You can't prepare for that.
No, what we're saying is luck is right place, right time. That's what we're saying. Because you can be, you know, at the wrong time in the right place. You see what I'm saying? Or you can be at the wrong place at the right time.
And let me correct you on two things. One, for the first part with the luck, a lot of people say, I'll learn when I get the job. You'll never get the job because you didn't learn.
No knowledge of it, no.
So that's what it is. So sometimes, well, the majority of the time, you have to do all the work without any of the exposure, the income, or anything.
Yes, me and you have both talked about that.
Yeah,
that was
so,
one of the things that me and you have spoken on.
Correct.
Because that was one of the things that my brother taught me, you know, when I was trying to increase my income. Okay. He was saying you need to, if you want to increase your income, you tired of getting these retail jobs and these call center jobs or whatever, you need to study these books. And I'm like, these books is boring. Well, the only way you're going to increase is to read these books. And what I had to do, because I couldn't just read them on my own, I had to go take the class. The class was about $200. Nobody paid the $200 for me to take the class. I had to take the class on my own. And I paid the $200. I took the class. They was able to spoon feed me the book because there was a teacher to be able to, you know, we was able to go over the book. And then I was able to understand the book and what needed to, you know how they say, what goes in the test. That's really what you're looking for. Somebody to be able to, you know, teach you what's going in the test. And I was able to pass the test. And once I was able to pass the test, I have my pest control certification. And now I was able to increase my income by doing pest control because I could work for these major companies like Orkin and Terminex. And then I could also go do side jobs. And then I started my own business. And then the same thing. But the thing is, like what you're saying, we're so indoctrinated. See, I understand this. We're so indoctrinated to working a 9-to-5, and the 9-to-5 always talks about paid training. So they're always thinking with that employee mindset, I ain't gonna do it on my own. I'm gonna go work for this company. They're gonna pay for it. And like what you said, okay, well, keep doing that, because what's gonna happen is they're gonna pay the people that they like and train them to be your supervisor.
And let me help you with that. I think you kind of said it. I help you out with it. When we talk about PI is performance, image, and exposure. You had that correct. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are taught, as I was taught, it's your performance. Mm-hmm. Get in there and do good. Work hard, put your head down, and you'll get there.
No, that just
performance
gives you job retention. That's it.
Yeah. Performance only counts for 10% of you getting somewhere. Yeah. 30% is your image. Image is how people look at you, how people perceive you. The 60% that gets you where you want to go is exposure. And I tell a lot of us don't do this. And that's why I said what got me to where I was at was I got out of the framework that my work is going to speak for itself. And I started getting the exposure. Oh, you guys going out for happy hour? Oh, I'll go out there. You guys going out for here? Oh, you're going out to lunch? I'll be there. Because what I found is when you are in those circles, example, I can talk about it right now. When we go into a room, we get bonuses. The higher up goes in and gets a bonus. You know, they work out the bonus. You get exceeded, you know, all the way down to just minimum where you just did what was good to get by. Some of the time, the people who do the most work never get that high bonus because nobody knows what they did. A good boss, like my supervisor and the people that I supervise, I'll put them in those rooms. You go in, you present it. You go in, you speak to it. A lot of people don't even make meetings. Example, I have a one-on-one not only with my supervisor, but with his supervisor. Not only with his supervisor, but the person who is horizontal from him. Why? Because when they go in those rooms and determine who you are, they might not know nothing you do. So you tell them what you do. When it goes to get that raise or goes to get that promotion or goes to get anything else, They might not know nothing you do. They just know, oh man, we know his name. Just like Black Cleaner. If you were doing something and people just say, I don't even know who does know, who can do any pest control. There may be people that are way better than you at pest control, but your name keeps getting out there because you did this for somebody or you keep exposing it. So when the first time somebody needs pest control, they say, oh, Black Cleaner, Black Cleaner. Now, did you get there because you did the best work? No, it was your exposure and your image. A lot of us don't want to be in that. They don't want to put that exposure out. We finish at 9 to 5 when we want to go home. We don't want to entertain, and that's how business is done all the time. That's why I say you got to go over and beyond. And I heard you say something, and I'm going to say this in a way. I took off my cape a long time ago. Like you was like, oh, I'm trying to help them out and get. But you can't do that. When the plane go down, what they say is, bro, you got to save yourself. You got to put on your mask before you save anybody. You got a kid there or anything else. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't take care of nobody else. Some people just don't want to go.
Yeah.
Eric Thomas says something.
Listening to the clip audio, I mean the video that I just put, that's one of the things
but I'm saying you went first.
Some people don't want to go. But you have to save yourself first before you can save somebody else. But at the same time, too, I always use the thing that Harriet Tubman did not stay in Canada. She actually physically went back down to the plantation to actually guide people out of slavery because she's already experienced freedom. She already understood the how to, the Underground Railroad, the process and everything. So she already knew that, okay, ain't nobody gonna know how to do this unless I go down there and do it. So she goes down there herself and physically takes them by the hand and leads them to freedom. Okay, the ones who want to go.
And the ones who didn't, or they messed up during halfway, what she do to them?
You already know.
She knocked them off. That's
exactly.
So everybody can't go with you. That's what I'm
saying.
And
she said she's never lost a captive.
When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I think what happens is we always try to go back. Athletes make it, and the reason they so broke is they trying to save everybody. That uncle that need 20,000, that brother who ain't never worked, that mom who need $1 million house and don't understand that the taxes on that is more than what she made in a year. The car that they get that don't even know, oh, oil change? I need an oil change. I was trying to find this where Michael Irvin said he got his family 7 houses. They've been living in there for 30 years and ain't paying nothing. And one of them had the nerve and say, hey, this need new cabinets. He said, bro, you've been there 30 years and ain't paid rent. You calling me for new cabinets? What do you mean? So I think there's a hindrance that you do with people when you do that because they gonna ride you until the wheels come off.
Well, yeah, if you're feeding
not everybody will.
If you're feeding them fish, but if you're giving them the pole and saying, hey, I know this watering hole, you want to come with me to this watering hole? That's a different type of fishing. And that's what I do. What I do is I don't give people the fish. I say, hey, here's a fishing pole. I'm going fishing. You want to come along? And if they say, nah, I don't want to go fishing with you. Okay, well, bye. And go to the next person. Hey, I'm going fishing. You want to come along? That's the difference between, I don't complain. I just, I just find that's one of the things that I also did too. I showed a video where I was saying, what does it say? It don't make me no never mind. You can say what you want to say, but hey, I'm not going to sit there and stress over it. I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing. And that's really what it is. I don't try to shoot down on people that don't try to get right. Because what happens is what I've learned, is that everybody is a seed. So all you do is you plant your seeds or you put some water on a seed that's already been planted. And then later down the line, other people will continue to water that seed until eventually it'll get a sprout will come about. Hold on one
sometimes
second.
that
We got
water.
another person. Hold on, Fearless.
know.
Hold on. Let me add your cohort to the stage. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys
Speaking
doing?
of the devil, I gotta call y'all devils.
Hold up,
Oh.
man. I am not the white T man. All right, I am not a white devil.
Got
Stop
mad
it.
'cause he was like,
You might be able to call me a buttercream dude, but hey, the white thing, y'all cut that shit out. I ain't claiming that.
Well, salute to you, Ronin Travels. How you doing today?
A little better, man. A little better. I had to get some rest, man. I've been working way too hard, you know.
Okay.
So I feel a lot better. About 2.5 days worth of sleep and just relaxing.
Yeah, I've been saying you've been putting some work in. You've been popping up with notifications.
Yeah. It wears on you, man, especially and then I got other things going on too. Time zone shifts and trying to be everywhere for everybody, man. Sometimes you got to pull back and just take time for yourself, you know?
And I didn't even want to do this live because I've been sick since Saturday. But I had, as you said, I had to make the sacrifice because I mean it's only one day out of the week. So I was like, hey, let me.
Yeah, I was pulling what 3 to 5 days a week.
Yeah. Salute to you. Yeah. I saw you doing your thing on Saturday where I chimed in.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that went well. I like that show. YouTube didn't like it too well, but I like it.
Really?
Yeah, that show on the after hours debrief, that shit got banned straight up. They took it. That hour-long piece, just that hour-long piece they snatched that shit up on vertical. Horizontal, they ain't touched it because I went ahead and slammed that shit into private mode.
Oh, okay.
Membership only. But the vertical one, they took it.
Oh, I didn't see the after hours. All I saw was the one where you and Marty was talking about the investing in
the investing in buildings and property. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm listening to you guys going point for point. You know, so what in your mind, what is the lost leader? I'm just from the host perspective.
As they said in sales, the loss leader is the product or service that you sell at a loss in order to maintain customer base or to get customer traffic. So what I was saying was the loss leader is the sacrifice that you make for whatever it is that you're trying to attain. Me, I sacrifice my comfort for freedom. But there's other people out here that are lifestyle leaders that will, you know, as they say, fake it till you make it, or they're going to sacrifice, or they're going to finance their labor and their time to pay for the comfort. So they'll sacrifice their freedom for comfort. That's the lifestyle leader.
Okay.
So how you feel about that?
What are you? Since we got you on here, are you a loss leader or are you a lifestyle leader? What do you sacrifice and for what?
I mean, what I've sacrificed in the past in order to gain the future I have right now, which is my present, right? So really it was the process of learning systems and how to exploit them to my benefit using their rules, you know, but I had to go into those systems in order to learn them. I heard Fearless reference something I reference as well, is burning my bridges. I say that all the time on panels, or burning my ship. I don't care to go backwards. So at some point, I know I'm going to be leaving that company. I ain't going there to stay and build a career around generating wealth for somebody else. I'm going there as a lesson building type of process for myself because I want to get out of that system as quickly as I could. You know, and I talk to God. I pray a lot, and sometimes I feel like God talks to me, and He says, you know, because I dropped out of school. You guys all know I was an architectural major, right? And I'll sit and start praying, and I'll hear little things in my head. And God basically said, you know, you have your master's degree in business now, right? From all the Fortune 100 companies, from all the executive management or executive vice president positions I've held, I have my master's degree in business without actually going to college. I've run major organizations at the upper levels. But I really didn't realize that by the positions I had, you know, and I got hired in a lot of positions without a college degree that I shouldn't have had because of what I learned from other systems. Huh? No, I wasn't faking it. I knew what I knew. And the confidence I had from what I knew got me that position. Above and beyond anybody else that might have had the degree. And even when I was going through the process of hiring people, I would hire people with master's degrees. They were shit. I'd rather hire somebody that didn't have a degree but had the wherewithal to want to learn and a desire. And I was able to train them way better than somebody that walked out of college with a master's degree and a fucking attitude that thought he knew it all.
Love.
So that education sometimes is a hindrance because then all of a sudden comes ego. When really sometimes that education is because you had the opportunity without life interfering with you that got you that education above and beyond somebody else that life smacked them in the face and they got it out the mud from there.
Oh shit.
They went back to school or not. You know, when life smacks you in the face and you have the wherewithal to get up and you actually get it out the mud and you go back to school. Now, Fearless kind of referenced that a little bit. He put his wife in that situation.
What you talking about? That's
right,
why, that's why when other people say they can't.
Yo, bro, can I finish?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm cooking. I'm giving you your credit.
Phyllis references to like what people go through in life as excuses. They're not always excuses, bro.
No, it's life happening. Sometimes life happens. I dropped out of college because my high school sweetheart got pregnant. I had a scholarship for a 5-year major program to get my master's off the rip. That's what you have to be in order to be an architect. You ever have a master's? So, yeah, you know, you take sometimes, and I say this all the time, sometimes you got to take major steps backwards in order to make major leaps forward. But it's how you take those steps backwards, how you are able to recover and not let it bother you, but take it as a life lesson and move forward with it is where people stumble. They don't know how to get up and take it as a life lesson. So they keep on repeating that same fucking mistake over and over and over again. You get what I mean?
Yeah, definitely agree. Before you got on, Fearless One was telling us about the was it the pie? Did you want to finish your statement, Fearless?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'll wrap that up. You know, like I said, I just think that we think that performance gets us places, and that's not how the world works. It's not about performance. The best product doesn't always win. But to go back to what I think Ronan or the other gentleman, Kim, was saying, I think it's not, life isn't about what happens to you. It's about what you do with what happens to you. You can always turn a negative into a positive. You can always say, oh, this happened to me. And because this happened to me, I became great because of that. So I just don't look at it and just sit and be like, man, I've seen people, you can be born with no arms and you can be like, man, my life is messed up. And I've seen people with no arms be able to paint, cook, and everything with their feet.
Right. That's true.
I just can't look at it and say you can't, because I just know too many people who had too much talent who just either wasted the talent or wanted something given to you. And when you say go back, Black Clean, the reason I don't go back, because I know what's back there. I know that when I've gone back, I've heard the brothers talk. I went back, I had a little family thing and I've reunited with a lot of my high school people. And I heard one dude say they was cool with this dude, and I guess he won the lottery. He probably won not a lot of money, like $5 million. So he moved out to the little suburbs, and they were like, he owe us. This is how they talk. He owe us. I'm like, what do you owe you for? Like, y'all loaned him some money? Because that's how I thought they were talking. Like he borrowed some money and they paid. Nah, man, he owe us, man, because we grew up, and you know, he should give us some of that. Like, huh? Why you gotta give you some money? I didn't say anything. I'm just listening to him. They was plotting on how they could rob this dude. I said, don't worry about it, brother. You don't worry. You don't have to worry about me coming back here no more. Because y'all jealous. And people have always said it. When they made it and tried to go back to the neighborhood, people ain't happy for them. People like, how can I take that away from them? That's how do most of your rappers and people get killed? Being back in the neighborhood, thinking they can save the people in the neighborhood. And a lot of them people don't want to be saved.
Nah, that's brothers forgetting that at some point, when your financial status changes, who's around you has to change too. I can thoroughly respect how, in a mind frame, you want to go back and save your people. Yeah, go back and get them, but stay where you're at, where you leveled up at.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. What did you just say? Because you sound like the exact thing that I sent to Black Cleaner. The exact thing.
Everybody can't go. Phyllis, I thoroughly respect that everybody can't go because, you know, you might have one of your peoples from the hood who's the gunner, but he's a hothead. At that point, you don't need the gunner from the hood, bro. It's time to level up to security that can carry and protect you. There is levels to this shit. I thoroughly respect that. You know, everybody can't go, but we can't never forget where we come from. And sometimes that's the problem with brothers. They want to go back to the hood and be in the hood. Nah, you go back and you do community shit. You become an activist in your hood. That's how you can do better for your hood. Not going back to be present, but building where you're from is helping. Not you just being there and being present. No, nobody's gaining off of that.
Didn't Nipsey Hussle try to do that?
That's exactly why he's not here no more. R.I.P. Nipsey Hussle. If he wasn't there trying to run that, bro, you got enough money where you can have people run that store for you and you ain't got to be present for that. You can go up in there and check in randomly. But to be there every day, yeah, you're respected, but you're not above everything.
You know,
so at some point, yeah, when your paper change, you gotta mentally level up too.
Well, see,
maybe, Black Cleaner, can I play this by Snoop Dogg? I think this is what I sent you, and this is what I was saying. You may have said that I was incorrect, but if you let me play this. Am I sharing, or I think you had to press something for me to share.
There we go.
You lose certain homies because it's called closing the gap. This is the gap.
You go right to
but as you grow, you lose certain homies because it's called closing the gap. This is the gap when we start. This is the gap as you grow. Notice how you grow and they don't. So how do you close the gap? You got to come back down. When you come back down, you lose. So you got to keep going up. That's why closing the gap got to be them catching up to you. And if they don't, leaving behind. But
yeah, so I understand what you're saying. However, all right, there has to see what I noticed because we all study systems. All right. And with me studying systems, what I notice is that with systems, you start you start at one level and then you scale up to the next level. But what Ronan always talks about is in the military, they train the next person to take your place. so that they can still accomplish the mission. So here I am, I'm in water damage restoration, or I'm in pest control. And let me tell this story. Okay. My father, when I got out of the military, I was in logistics. So the next step for me in logistics now, for me to be able to make some money, is to get out of the warehouse and get into the driver's seat of an 18-wheeler. So my plan was to get my CDL. But as soon as I get out, my father picks me up from the airport and we're driving. And he's all like, hey, you're home. I got the Boston Public Schools. You know, I got a uniform shirt for you. Can we go and accomplish the Boston Public Schools? I'm like, all right, cool, Dad, no problem. How much you paying me? I'm paying you $20 an hour. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. So we go, we knock out the school.
No, so go ahead, Black Meat. I'm just playing.
Well, I also had to do the bills too. He had me not only being his technician, but I was also admin. So, you know, he was paying me the $5 for admin and the $15 for the technication.
Damn, I thought I was under my breath with that one. Y'all heard me on the panel? My bad. I didn't even see y'all here.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Because it goes along with what you guys are talking about. And I'm reading off some notes I was taking while you guys are talking. You know, you brought up the Harriet Tubman analogy and her lifestyle and, you know, having to go back. Now, here's the thing. A lot of our people, and I'm speaking directly to the Black community, we don't want to have to work for it. We want it given to us. Harriet Tubman and others like us. But hold on, let me finish. And then you'll see why I said it like that. A lot of people want proof of concept. I don't believe you. Cap. I'm going to show you how to do it. Even our brother Obstacles Opportunity, you know, does this all the time. I'm going to show you because I did it. Then I'm going to come back and try to lead you to the promised land how I did it. All you have to do was follow me. And you even said, Nate, or Black Cleaner, that, you know, her husband even got remarried and decided to stay. Mm-hmm. Even after he knew who she was. He knew she had made it out, whatever struggles it took for her to get across the border, get into freedom, and then go back and get other people, right? He saw it all, and he still denied it. Same thing with Jesus Christ. You know, everybody sees a lot of things right in front of them, but there is so much denial about the believability of it, even though the person proved it by doing it. I think a lot of times we have a problem with the risk factor when it takes time to get something. So she went and she proved it. So, but people still didn't want to go, right? So what I'm saying is we as a people have the problem of not wanting to deal with the risk, but want the reward without the risk. And that's a problem for us.
I agree. And and that's where exploitation, that's what leads to exploitation, just for that alone right there. Because the white man, they see that. They're like, okay, these people, they just want it given to them. Okay, well, since I'm the one that's taking on the biggest risk, I'm going to get the biggest reward out of this. And I'm going to give them what they're worth. And that's what happens with us when we don't want to take on the risk, or we don't want to put in the work, like what Fearless was talking about, when we don't want to pay for our own schooling or our own courses to be able to, get these jobs. Because you are right. Because once I learned what I learned from getting my pest control certification,
right,
when I wasn't able to work for Orkin and Terminex anymore, and the money wasn't coming in from me having my own pest control business enough to be able to pay for my mortgage during that time, I went and got me another certification. That's when the BP oil spill happened. And shout outs and salute to my cousin Ivan, who was down at the BP oil spill. And I was like, yo, how do I get on? And he told me, he said, what you need to do is go get your HAZWOPER, which is your hazardous waste operation license and emergency response. It's only a week course and it's $500. And then I found one in Atlanta. I paid the $500 and got my certification. I started sending out my little resumes. He was like, don't send out your resumes. They in the middle of a disaster. They ain't looking at no damn resumes. You need to show up. He said, if you show up, okay, and I'm like, that's all the way in Alabama. He's all like, yo, it's only 6-hour drive from Atlanta. He's Mobile. If you show up, okay, and they don't hire you, I'll give you your gas money back. I said, fine. Hopped in my truck, drove 6 hours to Alabama. They said, hey, and he led me to the temp agency that he was working for. He said, oh, you got your HAZWOPA? I showed him my certification. He said, don't go nowhere, stick around.
Right.
So I ended up having to stay in a hotel for a couple of days. 2 days later, they called me. They're like, yo, you ready to go? I said, yeah. And they put me on a barge where I was actually.
So my question would be to everybody listening: what is it as black men do we need to unite within ourselves to burn our bridges, to burn our ships, to burn our parachutes, okay? And understand there is no retreat in life as a man. Some of us that had mentorship and had men around us, uncles, we understand that. There is no retreat. We got to keep pushing forward because don't nobody fucking give a fuck about your feelings at the end of the day. Okay? You got to pick yourself back up, brush yourself off, and start pushing forward because 95% of other people ain't going to care. So what is it within yourself that you need to ignite in order to have that mentality? I can't go back. There is no golden parachute. There is nothing to go back to. I done burnt my fucking retreat, and keep pushing forward with that type of aggression so that you can get where you need to be, wherever that success level is. It doesn't necessarily have to be with money. It could be other things. What is it within yourself that you need to ignite so that you have that mentality?
What I've learned, people need to hit rock bottom. And the problem is there is no rock bottom in America with a government safety net.
Sure. And maybe that's what we're getting soft at?
Yeah. We have a system and everybody knows, okay, as long as this system is here, all right, even if I'm sleeping under a bridge in a cardboard box, there's a food pantry I can wake up and go to in the morning. I'm just being rebellious because I don't want to pay nobody's rent or I don't want to work a 9 to 5 or whatever. But I can go over here and sleep under this cardboard, under this bridge, and wake up in the morning, go eat at this food pantry. And when it gets cold, they're going to put me up in a shelter and I'm good. I can live life that way. But then you got the people who actually, as you said, they are hungry. They want more than just the mediocre life that other people are spoon feeding them. Okay, there are people who look at those people sleeping under the cardboard box and under the bridge and saying, I don't want that to be me. And then there's the people who are saying, hey, I'd rather, wear a ski mask before I wear a hairnet. So the name of the game is, people need to hit rock bottom and understand what rock bottom looks like. That's one of the reasons that I always wanted people to come travel, overseas, because when you start going into these developing countries, you see what real rock bottom looks like. Yeah. You see what it looks like when you don't have the government safety net. If you don't get out here in these streets, you don't eat. And a lot of these people over here in Latin America, they got houses. They own their own houses. I know 3 girls that own their own houses. But guess what? They ain't got no job. They got to get out on these streets in order to keep the lights on. They got to do something in order to put food in their bellies. But they got a roof over their head. So the key thing is what I was saying was the system, okay? We might be, okay, got promoted and got to a level of operations manager. And that's where I was going with it. I got home, I came out of the military, my father was all happy. He was like, okay, all my sons are grown. Let's try to take this business, to the next level. I've been running this business for 25 years. I've been making X amount of dollars. We all got enough talents amongst each other to be able to, grow this business and to make it into at least a mid-sized company, like a mid-sized Terminex or Orkin or whatever, and have a couple of trucks or whatever. Okay, so I got a golden child as a brother, and I got another older brother. He's a black sheep like myself. I actually studied under him. We all got together, had a meeting, and my golden child brother was like Ronan, good in sales. Actually got my father a couple of his major accounts, and so my brother and father, we all sitting around talking, and he's like, hey, we can, actually make this business, something a force to be reckoned with. My older brother's like, yeah, that's all well and good, but so who's gonna be the technician? It's like belling the cat, you know what I'm saying? Or that other fable, what's it called? The hen, not I said the duck, not I said the cat, not I said the dog. Y'all remember that? The little red hen?
I do remember. Yeah.
So because he was so well in his situation, he's like, yeah, I don't mind doing what I was doing, but I'm not trying to go back down to being a technician. And so I said, okay, fine, no problem. I'll be the technician. And I was the technician. I was a technician until my father retired. But what happened was my brother sat me down once the golden child left and said, he ain't coming. You don't even think about him coming. He's living his life. He's living his best life. If we gonna do it, it's gonna be me and you and dad. And that's really what happened in the end. It was me and him, putting things together. Me and him weren't able to get along with our father, so we was able to create a business on our own. And then, anyway, you know how what goes on with family and business. But the point that I was trying to say there are systems. You start as the technician. Once you learn and master that, you do like what Ronan says. You train somebody to take your position, and then you get out of the technician position, and then you get into the management position. Meaning, in terms of, okay, you want to help the hood. All right, but you too famous or you too big to be able to come down from Nazareth or from Zion to be able to help these people. Okay, well, you got some people like what King was talking about, the Gunners or whatever, who really, really rock with you and believe in what you're trying to do. So you support them, because that's all rich people do. They just find the people who believe in their cause, and then they put their bankroll behind them. And then they just manage them and monitor them. Why can't we do the same?
I have a question though. I was just thinking about what you said, and then I'm thinking about all the other races. I just never heard like the Indian people say, "I gotta go back to the hood." It's
yes,
like
that's what I said at the beginning of the discussion when we opened this up. I said the Asians, when they go to college, okay, they graduate from college, the first thing that they do is they go back to their country and give the knowledge that they learned in college on how to do stuff to help. But see, the difference is a lot of these foreigners, they already have an infrastructure to go back to. So normally when they're graduating college, they're going back to the Toyotas, and they're going back to the, what's it called? Not the Nissans, I was thinking of Hyundais and these other companies that are in these foreign countries. So they have something to plug their college graduation and their degree into to help grow the family. We don't have that. We don't have that infrastructure. We have to build that. But the only way for us to build that is if we gotta, come together and do it from scratch. I mean, there are some, Black-owned companies and Black-owned businesses that are developing now, and we need to just, put our money towards them and bankroll them. and make them a better business.
Now
But
that you
yes,
brought that up, let me tell you a story about one of these black-owned businesses you're referring to. Okay, I just got out of working an executive level sales position at a Fortune 500 company. And a friend of mine, a female friend of mine, said, hey, this guy's looking for a sales manager or a VP or whatever. I said, really? So I'm like, okay, well, I went in an interview with him and I wrote my own employment contract up for him to sign. Okay. The point was, this brother was so used to doing it on his own. He hires a hired gun and then tries to compete against me, instead of letting me do what I needed to do, right? I was whipping his ass. You ain't gonna beat me in sales. Sorry, it's your company, but I'm better at it. You know, and what I was doing, like I was trained to do in corporate America, was I was setting him up with the CEOs of corporations and manufacturers so he can go out and have golf dates and leverage relationships. He wasn't catching on. He was still trying to be in the sales office, trying to sell against me, his hired gun. So sometimes we let our ego stand in the way of our progress. I was setting him up the right way as a VP of sales or an executive in sales to introduce them to who? My CEO, as leverage, building the brand, right? His ego couldn't get out the sales floor to understand, no, man, you're the fucking president. You need to carry yourself a certain way. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Sometimes we get in our own way because we have egos that are getting bruised because somebody else is being successful in your business when you hired them to do that.
That was one of the main reasons that my father and I and my brother wasn't able to help develop his business, because of ego. Because if you listen to the
And then listen to this. I get into other corporations and I walk into the job and start interviewing, even though I was better than the sales manager or what. Man, I'm fucking hired. The minute I walk through the door, see, you can't teach. And he would be sitting there talking to another executive. You can't teach that shit. You see how he took over the conversation and started having a transition in the conversation. He was analyzing everything I was doing in the fucking room. He goes, I like that shit. He don't wait to ask a question. He asked it directly. He was teaching the guy that was sitting next to him what the fuck I was doing during the goddamn interview.
But what I also noticed too is a lot of our competitors or rivals, they already have stability someplace else. So really what they're really playing with the house's money. But when a lot of us, we black-owned businesses, this is our one-trick pony. This is, you know, the one thing that is keeping us alive. So it's hard for us to get out of our own way, and that's what creates it.
But that's where we get limited. As I told you before, when I worked at the printing place, I had a minority contract, and there was maybe like, I say 6 or 7 other people who had minority business. You know, I forgot what they called it at that time. But I mean, it wasn't like big contracts. I think they may have had 100,000 and somebody had, 150,000. And they mom and pop shops, so just one people, they calling themselves the president of the company, but they just that one person. And when I met with one of the people that was over in Procter & Gamble, I said, look, how do I get this? I see this and I want this money. And they told me straight up, here go 2 things. One, we can't give you that because that would be more than what you make in a year. That business, if we gave you that contract, that would be 100% of your business. And we don't want to be 100% of your business, because then if we delete it, your business goes under. What we suggest, and they gave me all the names, here goes the minorities that we work with in the area, in your field, what you're doing. Why don't y'all get together and form like an LLC? And now combined, y'all can go after these contracts. So I had the mastermind. Yep, I had the mastermind meeting. Had been reading Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. I'm gonna get the masterminds together, set everything up, invite them in for lunch. And I said, look, this is what I'm told. This is what we can do. Well, who gonna be the leader? Who? I said, man, look, They trying to give us a $15 million contract. None of y'all got that. We can get this money. It was the same thing. They want to fight, and I'm happy to be the president of my company, and I'm one person that's doing it. So it was so sad. And this was a white lady, and she tried to tell me, look, I can get this for you. All y'all do a good job, but y'all getting really the crumbs off the table. I mean, the crumbs, like the stuff that nobody else wants to do. This is what we giving to y'all. I said, oh.
Hey, Black Cleaner, can you bring us on the panel? Because we're still sitting in the back.
Oh, I am? Oh, shit.
Yeah. One of the.
So I had that lunch, another power lunch, and I couldn't get them. I said, man, I don't care what y'all want. I don't care what you want to name. We all have a specialty in what we can do. We can just get this money. Nope. And man, it was almost like that white lady was like, see, I told you so. Nothing I can say to her. I said, I can't pull it off. Yeah. See, y'all can't work together. I'm giving you an opportunity and y'all can't work together to get it.
Yeah.
And she's saying none of y'all combined. So you figured that would be 1.5 million, which would be 10% of that. None of y'all combined make 10% of what I'm trying to give you right now. All y'all combined don't get this. Y'all get about 1.5 million. And I'm trying to give you 15 million.
Okay.
Yep.
So
And
now we're talking. Let's
but
peel
you played
peel that back, Fearless. So, hindsight being 2020, what do you think you could have done in order to get that $15 million contract?
Build my own coalition.
Well, you did, but you just tried to build it with the wrong people.
Correct. I would have had to build it independent of that.
And that's the thing I did. I've done that too. We were doing a flu tetanus. Well, we did a flu deal for the whole state of California. I was working for a medical supply and pharmaceutical company, the same one I told you about. It was a $15 million deal for the whole state. And I'm a small Black-owned business out of Riverside, California. Right? So it's a $15 million deal. That business has never done $15 million in a year in their fucking life. And it was just one deal. So what we did was we worked out a deal with the bank for an escrow account loan, right? If we got the invoice, based on that invoice, they would loan the money to buy the product, which is the flu, right? And then once the deal was delivered, the payment would go into the bank, and then we would get paid out our portion of what was in the escrow account, right? So you have to be very inventive, creative financing, a whole bunch of other things when you're a small company in order to get certain deals done. Because structurally, they can't see you trying to support a deal like that. How are you even going to pay for it? And I was competing against the manufacturers of the goddamn flu. I literally got the price from them and still won the deal. But like I said, and I've done government contracting so much, and you get an advantage of being a small Black-owned or minority-owned business when it comes to contracting. So then some of the bigger companies want to put you in as a co-writer of the overall deal so that they can get preferential treatment on the decision through the purchasing manager. Okay, so you have to be very open and willing to want to do that. And it's unfortunate that a lot of larger other owned companies rather than our own are willing to be able to work together, where others, like I said, have that ego and it stops them from being able to work together in order to be victorious on something like that, where everybody benefits from it.
Yeah, I definitely agree because as I said, working with my father, he had a lot of the with the state accounts and city accounts and private accounts with some big construction companies. And one of the main things they would call for, you got your MBE 8A certificate. Can you send that over to us? And I would.
And then the whole thing is, some of these deals are net 60, net 90.
Exactly.
And so you got to pay attention to the T's and C's, because sometimes they'll try to push a net 180 on your ass. You'd be like, we ain't going that long for payment. Sorry. You're the federal government or you're the state. We're not fronting up a whole deal for 180 days before we receive our first payment. But see, people don't know how to read through T's and C's of a contract. They don't know how to do any of that shit.
But that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it can be like, all right, we have contractors that I got to pay out. And some people don't start. It starts on the fiscal year, but they don't get what we call a SOW, a statement of work. They don't get that in until the beginning of the beginning of the fiscal year. Well, they still got a contractor there that they got to pay. So they might go through it and they get the paperwork, and then that takes a while because they got something. It might be, let's see, 90, 120 days before they get.
But how do they hire a contractor without a statement of work, knowing how much per hour that contractor is going to want to get?
Because usually it's a continuation. You know, they're going to another year.
So they're just renewing another contract that's already established.
We still need to
what
have
if the
that in
contractor says, hey, I've done an excellent job. I want to increase on my next year renewal on my contract?
Oh, we have that.
You're not
That's
anticipating that.
That's not our problem. That's their problem. I mean, to be honest, because I've had one guy, he was like, man, they not paying me. I said, I can't get into that. That's your contract, number one. And number two, the way that the people write their contract, it says, if you leave, you can't come back to work for us for 6 months. So
like I said, I'll burn a bridge in a heartbeat. My reputation stands on itself. I don't give a fuck.
So it's not us. It's
right.
The way that it's their contract.
You know, I get it.
So we had nothing to do with it. But I say all that to say a lot of times we can't carry those people. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I say we, meaning if you have a business, a lot of businesses, they live in that paycheck to paycheck, and they can't carry paying these contractors out for 2 months, 3 months without getting paid in. They gonna get paid.
Right. That's why I said that 60, 90 day fucking net will kill a deal in a heartbeat. It'll make people desperate when they don't pay attention.
So it just gets, I've seen it, and I try to tell them, hey, learn how this game is played, because they know how to play the game.
Yeah, but how you gonna play the game when the only part of the game that you know is to be the runner? Somebody got to show you how to, train you in order to.
Yeah, well, Nate, you know, as I know, you had to want to learn the game. You learned the game through your dad and your family. You wanted to learn the game. There's other people that are never going to want to learn the game. They're just going to want to fit in and get paid off of somebody else's efforts. So, I mean, even when I was working for these corporate agencies, I learned what HR did. I learned what the inner workings of ordering. I understood what labor costs were, how much we were paying the laborers versus how much we were able to run up the cost. Because when you sell, you got to know the real numbers, right? Mm-hmm. So I was able to understand the inner workings of a company through what I was doing on leveraging deals on sales of labor cost, the employee cost, all these other things. So by the time I stepped away from any company like that, I knew from operations to HR to, even shipping, what those things cost. So I knew better how to leverage a deal with my profit margins. You got to have a profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people want 30% markup. Some people want 70, depending on the item. But if you don't know the true cost of things, then there's no way you're going to ever run a profit. People run their businesses in the ground because they run out of negative, thinking that, I'm just made this much in sales, but really, how much did you clear?
That part.
Well, what I was trying to think of is, okay, like prime example, you have McDonald's where you just have employees and, you work your way up. But then you have a company like Chick-fil-A that everybody who works in there is a manager in training. That's how they label it. To where eventually everybody who works at the Chick-fil-A can eventually become a manager of their own Chick-fil-A. They don't do that at McDonald's. You see what I'm saying? It's really how have you ever seen what was it, Dangerous Minds?
Yeah.
Remember how when the teacher came in there, she said, well, from this point everybody gets an A, and y'all just got to do it whatever
You
you
just
just
gotta
got to do what you
maintain
need to
it.
do in order to keep it. It's
Exactly.
psychology. You just have to deal with us like that. You know, it's just a different psychology with us.
But there's people who don't want. There was this NFL player. He went to work over the summer at BW3, Buffalo Wings and Rings. And he making millions. And they're like, why are you in here? He's like, because I want to open up my own business. And I'm going to learn how to do it.
Exactly.
A lot of us won't. Or another thing is sometimes we want to try to save $1. And by saving $1, it costs us $3. I used to be that person. I'm like, oh, you know what?
They said stepping over $1 to get a dime.
Yeah, I'm gonna wash my own car. I'm gonna cut my own grass. I'm gonna do all of this. And then I found out that my whole Saturday morning was blown for doing something I could have just paid somebody to do, and they get that done in a few hours. Because my time was more value doing something else. Even editing videos. I'm like, man, you know how long it take me to edit this? And what I pay the editor to do it? I'm like, bruh, you can do this all day. Because this will take me 8 hours, and my 8 hours is I could have made 4 other videos. We sometimes want to do it all when it's better to delegate to people who can do it better.
I'm just, as I said, because I come from a large family. If you looked at the audio clip, it said my mom's had 21 first cousins. I'm always going to be optimistic about family because it was the family that has always looked out or has always supported me. I mean, I'm on here, my co-host is my cousin. You see what I'm saying? I can always, whenever there's a situation, I always turn towards family and trying to help Black people. And as I said, because I grew up in a mom and pop family business that was Black owned, I understand the trials and tribulations that go on in a Black owned family business, all of the stuff that you're talking about. But what I try to do is try to figure out how to change the dynamic, because if we just put our hands up and say, it ain't gonna change, I'm just gonna go ahead and if you can't beat them, join them type of mentality and go assimilate, we're never going to improve the condition. That there always is going to be, the Nipsey Hussle getting shot because he went back, because nobody went back to improve the condition. Somebody got to go back and do the hard work to improve the condition for the next person to come to be able to turn our third world country into the developing country. That's really all that this is from me, from my standpoint. Because anytime I go around this world, all I see is Black people with, especially my color, and they all doing bad. Except I was about to say except in India, but even in India, you got the untouchables. They doing bad. So it's like, why is it all around the world we're being oppressed? What can we do as a people to be able to improve the situation, if not but a little bit? And I don't want to say, what Steve Harvey said, the best thing that you can do to help poor people is not be one of them.
What the I don't know how that helps. It helps you for not being poor. I don't know how it helps other people.
Exactly.
It might help the society for you not being poor, because now you're not relying on the system. But that's wild.
Yeah, but that's what he said. So my thing is, okay, well, yeah, it helps if you have resources and you're able to allocate some of your resources to some of these institutions that help uplift us. There are plenty of institutions out here that we could, give to, but if they're not doing the job, then we need to, as Fearless said earlier, we need to create our own coalitions that will actually do the work. That's it.
Right. We got a super chat. If you want to pull it up, I can read it.
Hold on.
I can read it, but I just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But shout out to Darnell Soldier Boy for the $5 super chat. He says, what about the issues of quality with Black-owned businesses? A tendency to overcharge and poor service. I lived in Detroit, and this was a common issue there.
Bro, he ain't lied. When I told you I got that house,
yeah.
And the first thing I'm like, hey, I'm gonna get the brothers. Brother came to me. I can put this drywall up. I can do this, and I said, man, I got a time because in houses, I got to do the drywall. Then I got an appointment for the dude to do the painting. Then I got an appointment right after that for the dude to do the carpet. And he would just come over and look at it like he was going to do it himself. And I said, bro, this ain't going to get done. Never tried it. He tried to put I had a jacuzzi tub and he put the pipes in. I don't know what the hell he did. I just know I had to hire the Mexicans. And he was so mad that the Mexicans came over. And he said something crazy to the Mexican dude because the jacuzzi wouldn't drain. And the black dude said something like off the wall. And he said, well, I don't know how it is in America, but in Mexico, the drain got to go down. Like it was like a regular thing. But these brothers came in and I tried to talk them down. They was already at a low price. So the dude looked at me like, yeah, bro, you ain't getting no price like this. They came in, and when I say it was like ants doing something, it was like one after the other. They was putting the drywall up, jamming, putting the frames up, jamming. Stopped at halftime, they got a pizza. Everybody ate off the pizza with some hot sauce and something to drink, and then kept on going and was out of there. Done in a day. Where this dude had 2 weeks and didn't do anything. And it was sad for me because I said, that's what it is. It's the performance. And I kept trying to hire us. The price was higher, it was slower, and it was shabby. I said, I can't move. I can help, but now you mess with my business because the next person that comes in is the painter. And if I can't get him in, I gotta wait. And then right behind him comes the dude laying down the carpet. So you just put me way behind. I said, I can't, man. So there was a book that a dude showed me a long time ago, and I tried to find it and I can't. It was called We Hired One Once.
Damn. That says a lot in just a little bitty title.
And
damn.
I've been there when I got my first house. I mean, when I bought the $30,000 house, that's really what happened. I gave the some brothers the opportunity. They overcharged, overpromised, and underdelivered. They told me they'd be done in 10 days. It took them, I started them upstairs on the top floor. It took them 45 days to do the upstairs. I ended up getting some amigos, and that's what we call them in Atlanta. I put them in the basement, and they actually had the hardest part because they had to deal with structural. The brothers, as you said, all they had to do was do drywall and tile and some finish work. The amigos finished the structural, had the basement all drywalled up and painted and everything in 10 days. So once they was finished with the basement, I had them, continue on to the main level.
Move upstairs,
promised. Huh?
You had to move upstairs.
I had to move upstairs, and of course, the people, they were upset because I in the contract they had the main level, which was the bulk of the work, doing the tile in the kitchen and all of that. But I'm like, hey, you said you was gonna be done in 10 days. It's going on day 20. You all still ain't finished. They done did the roof. They started on the roof. They done went down to the basement. Now they done with the basement. I ain't nothing I can do about it. But I did give you all the opportunity. And what I tried, but at the same time too, I don't give up. I did have some a brother come up in there, and he did some good tile work in my bathroom. I did have some Jamaicans come up in there, and the Jamaicans came and did some good work. So what I try to do is that I can't get my people. I try to find people adjacent. At least I feel comfortable giving it to somebody who shares the same skin. It doesn't necessarily got to be FBA. Per se, if an FBA is not going to do the good job, a lot of times there do be some Jamaicans or some Colombians or whoever that's going to come up in here that's going to actually do a good job. So that's what I do. And then sometimes what I do is,
I mean, did the guy come in with a clean resume? Did you see some of his work, some of his other job sites? I mean, how did you come across this one particular guy?
Oh, the one that took 45 days?
Yeah.
We were in the same restoration class, and he told me that he had his own construction company. You know, he showed me all of his stuff on, you know, the website and all of that, and his portfolio and all of this stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, we're in restoration, so I mean, we tear it down. It shouldn't be so hard to put it back. And I already did the demo. So since I already did the demo, and all you got to do is just
all you're doing is hanging drywall and spackling and painting.
Exactly, 45 days. So
damn, that don't take long at all. Drywall.
Exactly.
Putting a little mud on the drywall, sanding it down, painting it, finishing work.
And well, they had to do some tile too. But I mean, still, it's tile. I mean. But it was only 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. That's all they had to do.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So, yeah, the Amigos got it. And then, as I said, I mean, I was still able to find some other, brothers, the Jamaicans and the Colombians to be able to, and some El Salvadorians to be able to come in and do some work for me. And I'm good with that. Or what I also do, because I watched my friend Bird. Me and him did a live stream on real estate, and what he does is he knows how to do all of this stuff himself. So what he'll do is he'll just hire a couple of laborers and work alongside them, and then pretty much he's paying them to be able to help him, and they're getting training at the same time. So they really appreciate that, because they're getting paid $15-$20 or whatever, and he's showing them how to hang drywall and all of that stuff. And a lot of them have actually moved on to start doing work for other people. And then he showed him how to buy houses. He said everybody that's worked with him within 2 years has gotten a house of their own. So when I see stuff like that, as I say, and I said this earlier, people don't follow advice; they follow action. And so him being, one of my good friends, me and him was in the military together. We was stationed in Japan. We've known each other for 30 years. And that was one of the actions that I saw him do. Being in Macon, Georgia, he done bought, over 20 houses. And that's how he was able
But
to,
even him, you got to admit, people are pushing back on him like, cap. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
Because then I have to look at, well, is it the color of his skin? Because you'll believe a white man or a Mexican man over a black man on whether he can or cannot do something. And we are showing you. Yes, and we're showing you.
He got videos. Not just one video. He got probably 20 videos of him rehabbing his houses that he done bought from an auction, or he bought that was an abando, or however he got it. He got it for, under $10,000.
Yeah.
He said the most he ever paid for a house was $17,000.
Wow. That's a good track record.
So, and he's helped, and he has 10 brothers and sisters, and he's helped 8 out of his 10 brothers, out of his 9 brothers and sisters get a house. And they pretty much all together, they gentrified a whole neighborhood together. So when I see that action, I say, okay, that's what I want to follow. It is possible. There's a lot more, with cautionary tales out there, but there are those stories, and we just need to promote those to show that it is possible that Black folks can work together in order to make
now
things
to go a little bit deeper into this question. I do know Black businesses will say, well, we got to charge a little bit more because we don't have as much business in order to keep our doors open. But they come up with every logical kind of like scammy ass excuse there is to overcharge for something and not bring you quality. I don't care if you overcharge me if you're giving me good quality, but if I got to substitute one for another to do business with you, that's not good business.
What did they say?
And I shouldn't have to substitute anything. You should come at the same level of your competitors or don't get in the game.
What did they say? Good, fast, cheap. You got to pick two.
Yeah.
If you want it good or fast, then it ain't going to be cheap. If you want it cheap and good, then it ain't going to be fast.
Yeah, I heard about those Gary, Indiana neighborhoods almost 3 to 5 years ago. They're auctioning off whole blocks damn near in Gary back then. You know, and I know a couple female YouTubers that were doing that, or she was on Facebook or something. She was taking whole groups of people up there to buy a property. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, there's all kind of ways, and there's all kind of people that have proven concepts that work. They're not necessarily selling it, but they're getting tired of trying to teach people how to do it, and they're not listening. You know, it's like they don't value that person's time or their experience at all, but they'd rather pay somebody to do it, or they rather pay somebody else other than the one that's damn near trying to give it away for free, as if they knew better than the one that offered it to them, the original person.
That's what I learned. And I will say that Andre of Love Crossing Borders schooled me on this. When I was doing consultations to help people get certified, he's like, man, you because I was like, man, I don't want to charge him a lot. You know, I'm trying to charge him a little bit because I want him to get in it. He said, don't charge him. Like, nah, for real? Yeah. He gave me a good number. He said, because when you charge low, they just not gonna value your time. And you're gonna be wasting your time. He said they won't see it as valuable. And he said it's sad in our neighborhood and how we see something, the more it costs, the more valuable it is. He said, so you gotta charge for your time. And he was right, because I would waste my time trying to go through this. And the people who paid the less was the people always calling the most. No matter what I gave to them or what it was. The people who, when I paid more, they had an invested interest, they listened more, and they were more apt to go through it. That's why if you look at it makes a lot of money, Planet Fitness. Don't nobody go. You got a few people to go because they, you know, it's like, man, it's $10. I mean, I ain't gonna waste it. But I live with something called Lifetime, and Lifetime is $250 a month. And when I was paying that, I was going every day. I was going just Saturday. Oh, they got yoga class. I ain't never did yoga. I'm doing it because I got to get every bit of this money that I'm paying these people.
Shoot, I hate Planet Fitness, the Purple Club, man. They
Yep,
all they got is
Lifetime.
dollars.
Yep.
Yeah, I had Lifetime.
I'm sorry, I was spoiled. When I started going to the gym, my brother introduced me to Bally's. They had the steam room and the sauna and the swimming pool, and we was only paying like $29.99 a month, or you could pay $500 for the year. So we would just put the $500 for the year, and we good.
Yeah, that's LA Fitness for us, and in California it was LA Fitness.
Yeah,
that was the place to be. They would have gyms all over the place.
Yeah, LA
Basketball
Fitness
courts.
actually bought out Bally's, so yeah, they converted
Yeah.
all of the Bally's to LA Fitness. So, and as you said, they got the sauna, the swimming pool. So now, when I look at a Purple Club, I'm like, man, I ain't paying no $10. You ain't got no damn swimming pool and no sauna. I don't care about your gym. I could go work in my bedroom or go run around the park a couple of times.
But the thing is, what we don't understand, like what happened with me, when I didn't use the brother, I continually used that group of Mexicans. They had me.
Yeah,
Those
they
are the
built a
people I
reputation. Yeah, they built a reputation of being reliable, quick, and a fair price. And that's all you need to do. But see, we get greedy or we get big-headed. You get overconfident. Man, there's too much competition out there for any of us to have ego.
And then I don't even go with it. Like, I could get an editor. There's people come to me and be like, oh man, can I edit these videos? I'm like, nah. He was with me. He rolled with me. He know me.
You need
That's
to
what I'm
start
saying.
pushing them my way, bro, because I'm getting tired, bro. I'm doing too much. Damn
I
it.
told you that a while ago.
Yeah, but I've been asking for a list.
Oh,
We talk about this offline.
Paying
bro.
for, to get videos edited.
I know I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say it.
Don't say it.
I said it to one person, which was Todd Allen, and he started using my man. I said, "Look, bro, I'm letting you know I was here first. Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. I'm the loyal." And I mean no disrespect to you, Black Cleaner. With the Mexican people, I told a few of my buddies who were investing, and they started using my man, and then my man didn't have no time for me. So I said I keep my mouth shut. I know Black people aren't supposed to do that, but I lost some good workers because they became overwhelmed. So some secrets, I keep it.
You got to keep them close to your vest.
Boy, keep them close to my vest.
And that's why I knew he had a VA or a virtual assistant and an editor. And I said, find me somebody outside of your boy. Because I already knew that would be an issue. You know, so at least I'm the type of person I understand. I'm not trying to take away your guy. I want somebody like your guy.
But he getting the crew together. So he is going to medical school. And because I said, man, what happened when you graduate? You gonna forget it, brother. He said, I'm putting my crew together. So I'm gonna talk to him and get who that crew is.
Yeah, because I'm on Fiverr right now trying to get some videos edited. So, because normally what I do, during the week is I'll just edit them myself. But
yeah, that's too much, man. Y'all see how much shit I'm doing? I literally had exhaustion the other day.
That's right. You probably never seen my other channel, have you? Let me see. Let me pull up one that he might have edited. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Where am I at? Where is it called? Let's see. What y'all talking about now? Broke Man. Let me go to one. Let's see if I can play one.
What was that one you just did recently? I forgot what it was. It was a good one though.
I just did one about tipping. I just did one about the 3 women you shouldn't date.
The tipping one was pretty funny.
I'm gonna do the daddy. If I can find it. That little one is waking up. What the hell should be doing? Why can I pause it? All right, let me share this screen real quick. I'll go through it real fast. I only play about 2 minutes just so you can see what he does.
Hold on.
Let's be honest. I'm the daddy you wished you had. And that's why half of you hate me and the other half secretly need me. You know what the problem is? Too many of you never had a man in the house. You never learned responsibility. You grew up emotional, argumentative, soft as wet tissue paper. And your mama, she wished she could have dated a man like me, but she didn't. She picked your daddy, the man who went to the store to get milk and never came back. The man you were supposed to learn from became a ghost with a grocery list. Yeah, that's your origin story.
Okay.
All right. It seemed like you covered it up.
So short?
What's that?
That was a short?
No, that's a 10-minute video.
Oh. Okay.
No, he just wanted to show you the editing style. Gotcha. No, he'll do the
he'll do those. He'll do the for the travel channel, entirely different, more like calm. So he knocks it out the park. I can't be mad at the brother.
Looks good. Looks good. So
for me, I would just need somebody to do nothing.
No, he out of the country.
Oh, okay.
He out of the country.
That was another thing too. When I first got into the game, once again you try to find, somebody local, and they're trying to charge you.
No, you definitely got to get them overseas. Yeah. Pull us back up, man. You got us back down on the no man's land again.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna jump off of here. I'm doing things behind the scene, and now it's going to distract me even more. So,
Well, it was great talking to you. Always
yes, sir.
a great debate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Stay up, man. And if you remember this, if you can't change the people around you, change the people around you. Exactly. All right, fellas.
Take it easy.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. Well, as I told you all, I'm sick. It is 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thanks to the 4 people watching. I really appreciate you all.
He said the 4. Funny. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off myself. I wasn't planning on being on here long. I'm trying to wean myself off of being on here every day like I have been. So you gentlemen have a good day. Great topic. I hope some people picked up some things. Subscribe to Black Cleaners channel if you're in my room. Let's get this brother monetized.
I'm at 299. I'm trying to get to 300 before the
Yo,
first.
yeah, at least get him over 350. Come on. You know, especially you guys on replay, hit the Black Cleaner. I'm going to drop his link in my chat for you guys. Where are you at? There you are.
Shout
I told
out
you
to
I have a
Chalupe, Nakmeezy, Vacation Time with Ryan. Who else? Anybody else you see Keen that was in the chat? He said
Worldwide Nevy.
Worldwide Nevy.
There you guys go. I just dropped it in the chat. Hit that subscribe button before you guys leave. All right, brothers, I'm going to go ahead and climb off here. My lady just got home and she was like, don't be on there all day. All right.
All right, thanks.
She's trying to look out for your boy. Yeah.
So what topic are y'all going to be talking about this Thursday on your
Thursday Night Therapy is every other week.
Oh, it's every other week?
So yeah, it's not this week, which gives me time to do the video. So I told you I'm working on the music video, go with that blues song. So that allowed me to take a little bit of a break. We will be doing a Lionsden, I think. I'm not sure. Canal's got something coming up though.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right, brothers.
I like your Thursday Night Therapy. I like that first one.
Yeah, we definitely need that. I need it. But no, man, it's definitely something that picked up the last time we did it. And it was just a complication with trying to get a therapist on a consistent basis. Even though we're not giving out HIPAA advice, it's just a way of level setting some of the things that are being said by an actual professional, not somebody just getting on a live saying whatever the hell when it comes to your mental health. You know what I mean?
Or calling you a narcissist just because you told them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, gentlemen. I'm out of here. Peace.
Take it easy.
Peace.
All right, Keem. I gotta load all of our music. The music is gone. I deleted it all today.
Why you do that?
I was trying to upload some stuff, and it was just a blind man mistake. Blind man mistake. So I don't got no outro for you all today. I didn't have an intro and I don't got an outro, but let's believe come next week we'll be back in business. And what's next week? Next week will be Messy Love Mondays, where we just did Money Mindset Mondays. So we was able to talk about, lost leaders versus lifestyle leaders. So over here, we the black sheep in the family. We about sacrificing freedom for comfort for freedom. You got people out here they rule it, sacrifice their freedom for comfort. That's the side of the fence that you on. I'm not gonna down you. You do you. But we about freedom, and if those who on that freedom train who trying to figure out how to get free, let me know. I'm happy to be able to guide you, or just read my book. I just showed you all the audio clip, Memoirs of a Narcissist. That actually got some game in it. It got a lot of game in it. Not just the story of what was going on between Nate and Keisha, but it does talk about what Nate did in order to be able to get free. It's just written in novel form so that it'll be easily digested. And Keem, my question to you is this, because it's people who are young and shout out to Foreign Skies. I know he likes watching us, and people like who else is in our young guy? Shout out to KB Textbook who watches, and all of the who's it? Two Tone is no, I think Two Tone's around our age. But my point being is I noticed that the audience, because when you look at the analytics, we have a lot of people that are within age 40 and 65 watching. And I always wondered, why are the age 40 to 65 people watching, both men and women? Is there anything, you're in your 40s, between 40 and 65. So why would you want to watch? And what would you be learning? Am I talking to myself? Did Keem go to sleep? Yeah, looked like Keem went to sleep on me.
Nah, you tripping. I didn't. I was muted. Well, due to our age bracket, it makes sense. And then also the things we're talking about. Well, no young nigga want to listen to that.
But they should, because
no young female. Yeah, they should, but they're not at that point yet. We may be doing things now where our views are up 5 years from now. So things like that just happen. People might take to it later. But
all right, so out of all the episodes that we have done, what have you learned?
I've been enlightened on financial freedom and how to create it. I've been enlightened on how to invest in properties and just trying to focus on my mental health every day. I'm learning me.
And that's really what all that matters, is being able to, if I can get somebody to follow action and the advice, then I've done my job. Even if it's just 1 out of the 4 people that's watching. Or they could, look at it and be like, something, that's a bar. Shout out to Chalupe, Mr. Peppers. And they're able to take that bar and bring it to somebody and be like, yo, better learn from this dude over here. This dude was over here cleaning passageways in the military because he chose to do this. If you really want to make some money, you need to go do this over here. Go take that engineering job. So when you get out, you can go be an engineer, go work on some airplanes or some automotives. Because that's where the money's at. Or go get your top secret clearance and learn how to bid on contracts. See, that's the stuff that I want people to be able to pass on and share, because I want to be able to show receipts for that. Just like, okay, how Fearless and Ronan were talking about $1 million contracts that they were able to negotiate with, working with these small, these mid-sized to major companies. But I understand that us as Black people, we're not there yet, and we want to get there. But how do we get from where we're at in the hood to where Fearless and Ronan are talking about? That's one of the things that my brother used to always say to me, because he's always dealt with people with a lot of money, millions of dollars. We've gotten $1 million or accounts. We ain't gonna say $1 million accounts, but we have gotten accounts from millionaire companies or major companies. And like what Ronan said, because we were a small mom and pop company, they couldn't give us $1 million account because it was too big for us to handle. So they could only give us the crumbs. And so my brother used to always say, yeah, I understand that there is this big game outside, but how do you get from being the mom and pop company to being able to get the big game? And just like what he said, sometimes you're gonna have to do like what some of the drug dealers do. You're gonna have to go half on a package and break it down. The only reason that I say that is because some people will understand that more than me saying build a coalition. When I say build a coalition, oh, what's a coalition? What's a conglomerate or whatever? No, I want to be able to relate to the people who we need to be reaching. We need to go half on a package. When I say go half on a package, you understood that immediately, right, King?
Bro, I understood that immediately. And going half on a package ain't we out here selling weight. We breaking that shit down and we going piece for piece. There's levels. The rehab man's money looks longer because he spends more. But the nigga that's out here breaking that shit down and going dollar for dollar is making more.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And one, I should have brought it up, but I'm not. There was a part on their discussion where he was talking about the hotels, and he started calling Ronan, and they started calling all of the passport cookies Jamals, and they're too busy focused on partying and getting girls that they really ain't trying to get out here and get no money. And I had to interject. I made a comment about what we have to do is come together and meet them where they're at, because as I said, the Hispanics, Asians, Chinese, Asian Chinese, the Hispanics, Asians, whites, tiny hats, if they don't consider themselves to be whites, they all deal with their people, the ones that they can deal with. They'll all try to figure out how to come together and build the coalition. We're the only ones that will fight over the crumbs. But you do have some people, because they want their people to eat. And I gave the example of Maynard Jackson, who was the mayor of Atlanta when they did the international airport. He wanted a lot of the Black contractors to be able to get some of the work. But all of the other contractors or the people were saying, well, they don't qualify, to be able to do the accounts at the airport. They're mom and pops, they're small business. They can't handle, doing a whole airstrip. So what Maynard Jackson did was say, well, what's the difference between, paving a airstrip and paving a driveway? There are plenty of mom and pop companies that actually pave the driveway. So how about we just get a whole bunch of different contractors and just as you said, break it down. And so we're gonna break down the landing strip for the airport, and just have different contractors pave the landing strip just like they paved the driveways that they paved, that they got experience paving. And he was able to get them to get some of that money that was in building the international airport in Atlanta. And that's a lot of times that what we have to do. I mean, yeah, we understand that, our ops, our competition is further ahead of us, and we're falling behind. I do understand that, and it's a poor excuse that we have to sit here and give our people excuses. But but we have to figure out a way to be able to improve as a collective. Because if everybody just says every man for himself, then there's never going to be any improvement. And that's why, I respect people like, Minister Louis Farrakhan, Tariq Nasheed, and all of these people that are, fighting, for the Black struggle. Because they're the ones that's, taking the flag. Even though people are tired and weary and don't want to hear the excuses no more, there are some people are like, something, I understand it. I'm tired of hearing the excuses too, but we got to carry this thing over. And that's it. And I'm going to end it there. I appreciate you all watching. Please continue to watch. Next Monday will be Messy Love Monday, so we're going to, talk about relationships.
Yay.
Traveling while black.
Much appreciated.
No filters.
Peace.
Follow the journey across the world from
Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and lost through the pressure and growth. The Black queen is speaking truth most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending.
The Cartagena views, trying to understand life
from a different point of view.
Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling wild,
black in a world full of judgment.
Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money,
some searching for healing.
Others just trying to
understand what they really feeling. They try to see
every episode authentic, talking real life lessons. People scared to mention relationships changing, friendships fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow.
Follow the journey
across the world from
searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and lost through the pressure and growth. The Black queen is speaking truth most people never told. Follow the journey.
No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. Messy Love Mondays and them late night talks. Money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building the broad but discovering yourself. Learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night. Trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions, helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake
flexing, just honest reflections.
Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy, trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever need a change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey.
Where my lighter at?
Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and lost through the pressure that grows. The black players taking jokes my people never told. Follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories. Never